Welcome aboard a Tuesday edition of the Sports Bash, live 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app, live video streaming on the X platform, YouTube, at Mike Gill Show. Use the hashtag SB Live. What's up, everybody? Got a big show today. Eagles getting ready for the Commanders. Last night, Minnesota wins over the Bears. Did you watch that game and say, this Minnesota team's a little better than maybe I gave them credit for? We'll get into them. We'll get into that. We also have the fallout from the Eagles' win and what it means for their offense moving forward. How will they construct this offense moving forward? We'll dive into it. A lot going on today. Sixers won last night, by the way. Paul George, Tyrese Maxey, both with big games. I don't know what it means, honestly. I watched the game from start to finish last night. I had tweeted out at some point during the game, you have Tyrese Maxey and Paul George on your team. You got to be able to beat the freaking Hornets. And they did. And by the way, they play the Hornets again Friday night, so you should beat the Hornets again. I don't know what that means. I can't get into it, but it was interesting, or it was, for one night, fun to watch Maxey. Paul George is really good, by the way. It's a shame that this has all gone awry because Paul George is actually pretty darn good. All right, slept on it last night. Thoughts on Jalen Hurts, Eagles offense, go. 609-403-0973. 609-403-0973. Are you convinced that Jalen Hurts, if asked or needed, could help the Eagles win a football game because he's the best player on the field? Are you convinced that that has happened based on what you watched in the game on Sunday? Because they're going to need him to win a game for them, most likely, at some point in January. Is it a first-round game? Is it a divisional round game? Is it a championship game? I say a first-round game, a wild card game, a divisional round game, a championship game, possibly the Super Bowl. We've seen him in the Super Bowl before. We've seen him in the Super Bowl perform. But there have been a ton of questions surrounding Hurts. Did he answer those questions? And he said, just because we're not doesn't mean we can't. If they had to dial him up 4 weeks from now and say, yo, you've got to go out there and perform. Today's your day. Are you convinced that Jalen Hurts could get it done? 609-403-0973. I like this text. We'll hit the text board right off the bat here. Mike in Wildwood says, I've had a few opinions over the last few weeks. I am convinced we are the Super Bowl favorite. I am convinced Hurts is the leader. Sirianni may win Coach of the Year. I'm ready. Mike has been converted. Hallelujah! To Mike in Wildwood. Well, I think a lot of people are like you, Mike. I think a lot of people are starting to believe. And I will tell you why. You watched Minnesota last night. By the way, I was impressed with Minnesota last night. Now, I'm not impressed with Chicago. I said all during the draft process I would not draft Caleb Williams. Was not a fan of him in college. Would not have touched him with a 10-foot pole to lead my organization. His body language on the sideline last night was embarrassingly laughable. People are trying to blame the Bears organization. Yeah, they have failed him to some extent. But this should be no surprise of what you're seeing from Caleb Williams if you watched him play and watched him at USC. He had poor body language. He was erratic, and he was all over the place last night. He had guys open all over the field last night, missing guys. So no surprise from the Caleb Williams angle. What I left impressed with was Minnesota. I left impressed a little bit with Minnesota. I'll tell you why. One, what has Minnesota's problem been over the years? If I was to say to you, man, Minnesota's won a lot of games, but there's always something that you don't believe in them for. their offensive line has always been atrocious in years past. Their offensive line is serviceable. It's not great. It's behind Philadelphia's and Detroit's, but it's not a sieve. I mean, it's not what it was in the year they had Kirk Cousins and won, 13 games, and nobody bought into them. Their offensive line is it's okay. Sam Darnold is, if you just watch the Vikings play for periods of time, you don't leave saying, man, this team's really all that impressive. But if you watch them last night, now they're playing the Bears. Now, the Bears' defense is not terrible. Our old friend T.J. Edwards, all over the place. They do have a couple players. Kevin Byard's actually played pretty well this year for the Bears. So their defense is not terrible. The Bears' defense is not awful. I thought Sam Darnold was really good last night. And he's got maybe the best weapon in the entire league in Justin Jefferson. They can run the ball with Aaron Jones. Addison's a nice weapon for them as well. They are a very good defense. I think it's a very good defense. It's not a great defense, but Harrison Smith has played awesome this year. And if you watch Van Ginkel, they use him very well. They've got a pretty good defense. Did you watch Minnesota last night and buy into them at all? 609-403-0973. 609-403-0973. Give me your thoughts on that. A couple text messages we'll read throughout the show. The other guy is Jalen Hurts. Are you ready to buy into Jalen Hurts? Or have you said, you know what? They don't ask him, but it's not because he can't. It's because they just don't ask him to. They got Saquon Barkley. That's who they are, and that's what's led them to success. So if they need Jalen Hurts, he can do it if they need him. Let me know your thoughts. The other guy is Sirianni. How do we feel about Nick Sirianni and his role with this team? I don't know about you, but here's what Pro Football Hall of Famer, Philadelphia Eagles legend Brian Dawkins has to say about how he feels about Nick Sirianni.
If you looked at him and from his first press conference to where he is now, you can see that there's growth. And obviously, when you have a guy who's still growing, he's still going to have some things that he does that does not sit well with the Philly fan base. But the ultimate thing that I believe that this organization did is they brought in two coordinators that can do what they can do. He's not needed to necessarily be in either one of those rooms. He can just focus on what he needs to focus on.
That's Brian Dawkins on Unsportsmanlike. He has said something that really we talked a little bit about yesterday. We had a text message from our buddy Jeff in Ocean City who said anytime you mention the success of Sirianni, you also have to acknowledge the drop last year. To which I said, I do acknowledge that drop, but they addressed that drop. And Brian Dawkins hit on that, is that you might not like some of the things he does. You might not like some of his antics. But the team went out and got two coordinators and put them around him and said, you do what you do well. Let these guys do what they do well. And that will get us back to our formula from a couple of years ago. Sirianni bought in hook, line, and sinker and said, okay, Kellen Moore, Vic Fangio, you guys are in charge. Let those guys kind of handle stuff. And then I'll go back to doing what I do well. Managing the team, overseeing the team, being the guy who sets the tone, sets the culture. And I think it has worked out famously after that bye week. I think they had to try to find their way, find their voice. There's a term in the radio business of, hey, you got to find your voice. Like that first day you go on the radio and you crack open the mic, there's some trepidation. You're a little nervous. Oh, my God, there's people actually out there listening to what I have to say. It's not until you actually find your voice. In other words, feel comfortable in your role that it can start to take off. And then people say, hey, I might not agree with this guy, but I can listen to this guy. That's where I think after the bye week, the Eagles had some changes. I think they were all it's like a boxing match, and you're, trying to feel the other guy out. And then they took that bye week and said, okay, this is what you're doing good. This is what you do good. This is what you do good. Now I don't have to oversee you as much. I don't need to, matriculate on. And it is kind of taken off from there. 609-403-0973. Shaner in EHT says, we get the bye, we go to the Super Bowl. No bye, tough road. I do not want to face Tampa. Does that make me lame? No, Tampa's pretty dangerous, Shaner. It's an interesting point by you. They've got two really good receivers. They can run the ball. I think Tampa is a team that is the one that is like, no, nobody wants to get stuck playing Tampa. I think you're right about that. And he goes on to say, they have been the Eagles' kryptonite, back to the McNabb, Reed days. He says, I know they're mediocre, but I don't want to see Tampa. Am I crazy? I don't think that Tampa's mediocre. I think Tampa's pretty good. I think we thought they were mediocre because why? Most people don't buy into Baker Mayfield. And when you have a quarterback that is not a superstar, it's hard to buy into them, right? So I think our preconceived notions of what Baker Mayfield is holds us back on believing that Tampa is better than they are. But I think Tampa is a team that could, I don't think they're a Super Bowl team, but I think they could be an NFC championship team. They could get to the NFC championship game. And then if they have to go on the road, I think that might be a problem for them. But yes, they are better than I think the preconceived notions of them were. 609-403-0973. Hey, Mike, hope he can do it, but remember, Brady wasn't great because he brought teams back at the end, which he did, but he mainly played keep away with the 4-minute drive. Well, the Eagles went with the 4-minute drive the other day. I don't know what your name is, but the 4-minute drive lasted 10 minutes and 29 seconds. And I will say, Jalen Hurts has been very good in those situations. The 4-minute drives this year, Sirianni talked about it yesterday. And I thought he brought up a pretty interesting point about the 4-minute drives and Hurts's roles in that. And he said, in order for the 4-minute drive, and they said that, they ran out the last 10 and a half minutes of the game. He said it's hard to do that, like to play situational football. And this is the quote from Nick Sirianni about that. He said, quote, "That's hard to do and take care of the ball at the same time." So he's done a great job of taking care of the ball. I know they got one on us yesterday, but he's done such a great job of playing quarterback. I can't say enough things that are kind of unseen, the way he's handled situational football. We had the ball for 10 minutes at that end of that game. That doesn't happen unless the quarterback is managing the huddle, getting these guys up to the line of scrimmage at the right time, breaking the huddle at a certain time, and snapping the ball at a certain time. Drives don't continue unless you're efficient on third down, which we were. We had a 3rd and long. We converted and got out of a 4th and that got us to a 4th and 1. We had a penalty in a 4-minute. We were behind the sticks, and he was able to get us out of that with a great completion to AJ. He's been doing that all year in our 4-minute offense. We need to do something where he has to make a play. He's done that. I can't say enough about how good of football he's playing. That's why it's kind of funny, all the things we talked about last week as far as the perception that was going on here. Shoot, man, I just thought he had been playing football really well. You don't win 10 games in a row without your quarterback playing really well, and our quarterback is playing really well, and he's been playing really well for the last couple of months. That was Nick Sirianni yesterday. So the situational football that he talks about in those last 4 minutes of getting everybody lined up, out of the huddle, on time, all that stuff, those are all big factors in the success of this offense. Mike from Dover chimes in on the text board, says, it depends on what you mean by Jalen needs to win it. Do we need 300 yards and a couple of tutties? Yeah, he could do that. But if we need to put up 400 yards with 30 completions, I'm not convinced he can do that. Thankfully, I don't think we will need any of that to win it all, though. That's from Mike in Dover. Yeah, I mean, listen, If you could go 300 yards and a couple of tutties, why can't you go to 400? Right? I mean, it's just basically saying, I got to 300 because I threw the ball 30 times. You're saying I couldn't get to 400 if he asked me to throw it 38 times? So I don't agree with that. I think if Jalen's in a rhythm and he's throwing it and slinging it around the yard, I think he can throw for whatever. If he's in that rhythm like he was on Saturday, what's the ceiling? I don't think there's a ceiling on, how good he can be in a day. 609-403-0973. It's sad that we're still questioning Hurts. We don't do it with Mahomes or Allen. Hurts already took this team to the Super Bowl once and has a chance to do it again, yet we still don't believe in Hurts. I think he's proven that he's a winner and get the job done. That's from Jimar Collado in Atlantic City. All right. Here's the problem. Number one, he's not Patrick Mahomes, who's won back-to-back Super Bowls. Josh Allen hasn't won anything, so that's fair to say, why do we give him the benefit of the doubt? Hurts' numbers, though, pale in comparison to those guys' numbers. The thing you did say, though, is that he is a proven winner. He has the highest winning percentage since he's been the starting quarterback in the NFL. Higher than Mahomes now. He passed him. Higher than Josh Allen. So is it enough just to say he finds a way to win? Is it enough to say he finds ways to win? I think we're so fixated on him finding ways to lose last year. And it wasn't really him finding ways to lose. Their defense was a big factor in why they absolutely crashed and burned and fell apart last year. Now, their offense wasn't great, but if you go back to those games, they couldn't stop anybody in those games. It was a downright joke the way they played defense the last 6-7 games of the season, including that playoff game. But you go back to the offense in those same games during that 6 out of 7, it wasn't that Jalen Hurts was just absolutely atrocious in those games. It wasn't like, oh, my gosh, this guy's really struggling. You go back to the San Francisco game. He had 300 yards. People forget in that game. The game they lost to San Francisco, Jalen Hurts actually, they didn't play very well offensively. I think they turned the ball over a bunch. But in that game, he threw the ball 45 times for 300 yards. Had a touchdown. They just, their defense was hideous in that game. Defense was awful in that particular game. You go to, so they lost to, who'd they play after San Francisco? They lost the game to Dallas. Hurts did not play well in that game. The Seattle game, he did not play well in that game either. That was the one where he threw that interception late in the game. He ran well in that game, but he did not play well. If you go back to that Seattle game, he was not good in the game. He threw 2 interceptions, including a terrible decision late in that game that they really should have won that game. The game they played on Christmas Day, he actually played pretty well in that game. Threw for over 300 yards. He was 24 of 38 for 300 yards and a touchdown in that game. So that's a game where and they needed him in that game. That game against the Giants, they needed him, and he got them a much-needed win at that time. And then the game against Arizona, they scored 31 points and lost that game. Their defense that day was hideous. In the second half of that game, they gave up 29 points against Arizona. Hurts in that game threw 3 touchdowns. If you remember, he was pretty good in that game. He was 18 of 23 for 167 yards in that game. Now, the last game of the year, they played against the Giants, and he did not play in that game. And then the playoff game against Tampa, they just got absolutely – their defense was awful that night. Hurts actually played well in that game. He was 25 of 35 for 250 and a touchdown. The big problem in that game is they fumbled the ball twice. And you look at their defense in that game, they got absolutely dismantled. Their defense was consistently bad from Buffalo basically on. Buffalo on, their defense was not good. So to go back to Jamar Collato's text, he's a proven winner and can get the job done. Why are we still questioning him? It's a good question. It's because we are a society where numbers tell us the story, and his numbers don't match up with the other guy's numbers, except for in wins. That's where his numbers outshine their numbers. He wins more than Mahomes. Not championships, not Super Bowls, but listen, I get what Super Bowls and all that stuff means to a legacy, but what we watch as fans for the greater part of a player's existence is what they do every day. Regular season games. This is who you are for a majority of your career. The legacy part comes on what you do in the postseason, but what level of player you are and become is built on these games that are every single week, the ebbs and flows of a long season and how you handle them. 609-403-0973.
Mike, I think part of the conversation goes back to what you have said. You said yesterday, you've said multiple times over the years. Because Jalen Hurts is basically a robot. He's not relatable. He's cold. He doesn't have, it's almost a joke about how there's all these memes out there about how all these things happen. Jalen doesn't smile. And then the one thing he does smile about. There is a element to who he is that people cannot connect with. And until he wins the championship, nothing he does is going to be good enough because people are just going to view him as this cold guy who they cannot identify with.
Yeah, I listen, I said many times, he's not the most warm and fuzzy guy. He is a hard guy to relate to. He is a hard guy to say, man, that's my guy.
Because guess what? There have been a plethora of quarterbacks in this city who are not the winners that Jalen Hurts is, but people like them.
There's a plethora of quarterbacks all over the league.
Well,
he wins more than any one of them.
I was sticking with Eagle fans specifically, but
he's got more wins. Think about this. He's got more wins, winning percentage, than any quarterback in football.
Right.
That is including Patrick Mahomes, Lamar Jackson, Josh Allen, any guy who has accolades that he does not have.
But the Eagle fans, their question is, like the guy said on the text board, well, can he get 400 yards?
Well, right. It's like if he gets 350, can he get 400? If he gets 400, it'll be, well, can he get 450 if he has to? I think the fair question is, if a team says you're not going to run the ball with Saquon Barkley, and it's like essentially what Pittsburgh did. If you listen to what Devontae Smith said after the game, Devontae Smith was at his locker last night and Sunday night, and they asked him. He said, well, they played they stacked the box the whole game, and they played cover 2. They never got out of it. If you're going to play us like that, this is what we're going to do to you. So if a team plays defense like that against you, do you have a counter for it? In other words, you are not running the ball against us today. Whether you want to or not, we're not going to let you. And the Eagles said, okay, you want to play us like that? This is what we're going to do to you.
And that's part of what Dan Orlovsky said earlier today on the Pat McAfee show about how the Eagles do have that ability to pick and choose.
They are the ultimate pick your poison offense right now in the NFL. If you want to commit to stopping the run, this is what they're going to do. And it's because the offensive line is so good. Obviously, the perimeter players. A.J. Brown, he's the best receiver in football versus man coverage this year. You can't cover him in man-to-man. So, that's just the challenge that they present to teams. And because their offensive line is so freaking good, they can do it.
I go back to that. His comment is valid. Their offensive line, so freaking good. Who's the star of the show? It's the offensive line. That's who the star of the Eagles show is. I'm Mike Gill. This is the Sports Bash live on 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app. Live video on the X platform, YouTube, at Mike Gill Show. Do me a favor, hit that subscribe button. You can watch the show on your home TV. You can listen to the show on your radio or on your phone. And that's all thanks to First Bank of Sea Isle City, the free 97.3 ESPN mobile app. This hour brought to you by Autumn Lake Healthcare Centers. They have skilled nursing rehabilitation with elite-level care in a warm and vibrant atmosphere. Visit autumnlakehealthcare.com to find a location near you. When we come back, Colin Thompson from the Colin Thompson Show, Not For Long Media, Sirius XM, NFL Radio, former Carolina Panther. He's set to join us. I want to get his opinion. Did A.J. Brown galvanize the Eagles with that comment last week? What does a former player think about it? When we talk to Colin Thompson next on the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN. That was Chase Daniel on the Scoop City podcast with Diana Rossini. He believes the comments from A.J. Brown last week galvanized the Philadelphia offense and led them to maybe their best performance of the season. Colin Thompson, former Carolina Panther, joins us now. Also spent time with Minnesota. They played well last night. We'll get into them and your thoughts on them as well. Jalen Hurts, the Eagles, 290, his most since 311 against the Saints in week 3. Spread it all over the place. But did A.J. Brown, was he calculated and did it galvanize the Eagles on Sunday?
It's a great question, Mike. Good to see you, pal. Happy holidays first and foremost to you and to all
Ho, 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 buddy.
People in South Jersey. Yeah, I mean, listen, I don't like believing in the Fugazi stuff, Mike. I think fans do. I think media gets excited about it. I think people are dying to find something to hold on to figure out why this is working, why it isn't working. But for me, it's like, okay, I believe in, you know what, maybe it woke him up a little bit. Maybe got the coordinators like, you know what, we should be getting this guy the ball more. The offense needs to run through him early and often. Throw the ball to set up the run instead of run the ball to set up the throw. I don't know, Mike. Deep down in my core, I think you call the best plays. In certain games, these are the best situations. In certain games, this is the best certain situation. And I think
they don't come out and say, you know what, let's try to appease A.J. Brown this week. You don't think that enters the
I think that was there. I think that was there this week. It was, how do you deny that? You saw it earlier in the game. I don't know what.
Well, that's what I wanted to ask you, though. Okay, Devontae Smith said after the game, look, they're stacking the box. They're playing, cover 2 all game against us. They're not getting out of it. So this is what our answer was.
That's exactly my point, Mike. If you're going to play cover 2, you got to run the ball. If they're going to play with a single high safety and bring the other safety down in the box or sub in another linebacker, you need to pass the ball, right? You don't see that as much in high school. You don't see it as much in college because you don't have the time on task. They're not professionals. The other thing too is who's your quarterback? Like Joe Brady Joe Brady. Shout out to the great offensive coordinator for the Buffalo Bills. Joe Burrow throws into any coverage. Peyton Manning and Tom Brady, they would go read 1 to read 2 to read 3. Jalen Hurts is a 2-read guy. That's it. And there's nothing wrong with it. There's plenty of guys in the NFL that have success doing it. Jalen Hurts is a tier 2 quarterback. Really good. Is he elite? Is he Josh Allen? No. Is he Joe Burrow? No. But is he better than Tua? Is he better than Trevor Lawrence? Like, I would say yes. So, like, he's right where he is, like the 6th or 7th, 8th best guy in the league, and that is okay. Mm-hmm. And I think pumping the ball to these guys, like, that's not their offense. They got to take what's given, the read option, the RPOs, if it's free access, meaning the corner's off, Mike, hey, turn around, throw a quick out. We'll get you 5 yards. So, like Devonta said, we're taking what they're giving us.
Yeah, I mean, I guess the perplexing thing was the week before he was so bad. It was almost like, was that just one of those games where you just don't have it for that particular day? I
think so, and that's a hard pill to swallow. Trust me. My worst game of my career with the Eagles. We played the Eagles in Carolina in 21. I wanted nothing more than to play well in that game, Mike. Nothing more. But I didn't, and it's work too. It's people driving to work. Some days you have great days. Some days you have bad days. These guys are pros. Do you think anybody works harder than Jalen Hurts? I would probably say no. So, yeah, I like that. I mean, the team, Mike, has put themselves in a position trending upwards at the right time, period.
And I would ask, there's nothing that happened in that game that are going to make the Eagles change their game plan? Or do you think they said, you know what, maybe we can ask Jalen to do a little bit more now?
Personally, I think, Pittsburgh made a decision. We are going to make Jalen Hurts beat us. We're not going to make Saquon Barkley beat us, right? We're not going to be in too high shell and be really worried about the receivers. We're going to say, we're going to go man-to-man. They have some pretty good cover corners there. Dante Jackson got hurt as an old teammate of mine. He's a really good cover corner. You got beat a couple times, so that's corner in the NFL. You're all getting beat, every guy, unless you're playing for the Eagles. None of their guys get beat at this point, which is pretty funny from what it was last year. So I just think, Mike, Eagles offense, they're very gifted and very fortunate to take what's given to them. And it's like more money, more problems, right? They have like so much talent. It's like, there's only one ball. If Swift's running the ball, you don't feel like you got to pump it to him as much probably, but now Saquon's running it and he's up for MVP. I think you got to pump it to him more. So Yeah, I think they're taking what's given to them, Mike.
Yeah, the perplexing part we talked about last week, the throws that were there that they just did not throw. They made those throws. He made those throws. He got put under pressure, 8 for 13, 98 yards, 2 touchdowns. You come after me quickly. It's like all year long you're saying, hey, that 5 to 7 yard slant's there the whole game. And the week before they ran it and he didn't execute it, and this week they did, and you see where that play is if they run it.
Yeah, I think he's right in his spot of like 7 to 10 best quarterback in the league. The guys 1 through 5 make those plays, right? But it is a hard position. Even with the best players in the world you could put together offensively, it's still really hard. So, listen, the guy's tough. He's proven. He's unemotional. He's everything you want in your quarterback, really.
He is unemotional. That is the one thing. He's not the most warm and fuzzy, likable guy.
I love
when
that,
he goes
though.
up there, right?
When
so
Donovan
that was my question, though, is he the right temperament to handle all of this stuff that happens in this town?
He's perfect for it. You want McNabb, when he would laugh after we throw an interception, people would go crazy. I remember my uncles going, why is he laughing? Screaming at the TV on Christmas
the air
Eve.
guitar.
Yeah, and they're like, what's he doing? I'm like, I don't know. The guy's pretty good. I would keep doing what you're doing, Donovan. The guy's an all-time great in Philly, at least. So I think he's perfect for it. The guy's seasoned, played at Oklahoma, great coaches, Alabama, great coaches. He's a military family, I believe, if not a big-time like strength training, wrestling. Like he's built to play quarterback in the league. He got benched in college because he was not an elite thrower. This is a guy who became a good thrower in the league. So, yeah, home run draft pick in the second round, honestly, if you think about it. For the world, we're starving for quarterbacks, and the Eagles took him in the second round.
Number one winning percentage in the NFL over Patrick Mahomes. He is, 36-9, I think, is now his record as the starting quarterback.
Yeah, Sirianni is the same way. The guy's like Hall of Fame percentage winning more than I get it, though. I think all this stuff's fair criticism. But I think people need to understand who they are, the bigger picture of the team. It's Howie Roseman's team. Howie Roseman runs the entire organization. Other general managers, right? Is it John Lynch's team in the Niners, or is it more Kyle Shanahan feel? Right? John Lynch runs the show, but it feels a lot more like Kyle Shanahan. Can anybody name diehard football fans? Name the GM for the Rams? It's Sean McVay's show, right? It's Snead. He's the GM there. But at the end of the day, like Detroit is you have to have a big picture perspective, fans, and understand who's the head coach, who runs the show. They're all different titles. They're all different programs.
Want to get into that in just a minute, but first I want to get a thought on the defense. Since Vic Fangio takes over, the Eagles have allowed 350 or more yards only 4 times this year. That happened 10 times last year. What impresses you about the Eagles' defense? Because I'll ask it this way. They do it without a T.J. Watt, without a Myles Garrett. They don't have that edge rusher that's the star of the show, yet they outshine those defenses.
I think they have a bunch of guys, Mike, if you like on Madden rating, they're all like 85 to 90. They're just solid, right? And it's a salary cap league. Like the Steelers put 65% of their payroll on defense, right? And the Eagles gashed them. So I was shocked by that, Mike. I really was. Now, it's not against the Eagles team. It's just I really respect that defense in Pittsburgh and Mike Tomlin. But when you have 2 quarterbacks that other people are paying their salaries, you could do that in Pittsburgh. So great move by them to get Russ and Fields. They both played pretty well. So, yeah, for me, Mike, defensively, the only difference between this year and last year is they have better players. That's it. It's the same scheme. I hate to say it. Philly fans don't want to hear it. And I'll be honest, I'm friends with Sean Desai. I've worked under Vic Fangio and Sean Desai in Chicago. Sean Desai was a disciple of Vic.
We talked about this yesterday.
Yep.
This defense versus the team that Gannon had that went to the Super Bowl.
Probably Gannon's. They got better players. Better front. The backers.
Okay, so I wanted to give you a chance to think because I thought you're right on the spot. It's very similar and close.
Fletcher, Brandon Graham's younger.
This team doesn't have Hassan Reddick on it. But I don't know. Do you like...
What year was that?
2022. 2022, you've got Hassan Reddick, Brandon Graham, Fletcher Cox, and Josh Sweat. They all had double-digit sacks.
They were loaded.
T.J. Edwards and Kaiser White. Do you like Bond and Dean better than Edwards and White? You got Quinyon Mitchell and Cooper DeJean versus James Bradbury and Avante
Slay.
Maddox. Slay is still on the team, but that
Bradbury was
version
really
better.
good that year. I think
Bradbury was a second-team All-Pro.
very good. He had a very good year.
And Chauncey Gardner-Johnson was on that team, led the league in interceptions. I think that version was better than this version. I think the big difference is that team had Reddick. This team does not have a Reddick on it. And
Fletcher Cox.
But Carter's been pretty good.
Yeah, Fletcher Cox is like Hall of Famer.
I think the one big difference, and this is where I want to get your take on this, is Vic Fangio having a better understanding of maybe when to change it up or show something different than Gannon did.
That's a great point. It's a great point. I mean, listen, Gannon's a younger coach. Sean Desai's a younger coach. Vic Fangio has been a head coach in this league. He's been hired. He's been fired. He was with Miami last year, right? Like, Vic's given wisdom I mean, he's got probably as much coaching experience as Coach Sirianni is old, I would guess, right?
He started his career with the Philadelphia Stars.
Exactly. So did many people. Jay Wright. So did the great Harry Donahue, the voice of KYW. So did, if he's listening, the legendary Terry Bradway, GM of the New York Jets, who lives right down the street from your studio, Mike.
Yep.
So did the head coach of the Temple Owls, Casey Keeler, Philadelphia Stars, got cut. There's a lot of, if you go back to that, Jay Wright was in ticket sales.
Wow.
Yeah.
I didn't know that. When you said Jay Wright, I was like, what are you talking about?
He's in ticket sales.
Good for him. All right. Well, Vic Fangio is running the defense for the Stars, and here he is running the Eagles.
That's why,
in 2024.
We're talking about that on Philly Sports Talk Radio today. Call in if you think Vic Fangio is Philly tough because he coached for the Stars. 610. You think that's why Vic's doing well? He knows the city.
I'll tell you what, though, that to me, we were talking about this yesterday. They had, I think, the better pass rusher.
Yeah.
They had a better version of Slay,
a better version
of Chauncey Gardner-Johnson. It's very close, but I think Fangio it might be
Fletcher Cox, Slay.
Javon Hargrave was on that team.
Hargrave's a very good player. That guy's an elite player. It's a shame he got hurt this year. Jordan Davis was on that team, right? Young Jordan Davis.
Was he a rookie that year? He might have been a rookie that year.
Looking at the stats right now.
Yeah, they had a lot.
Stu was on that team. Ndamukong.
Oh, yeah, they had Ndamukong Suh, and they had Linval Joseph.
Okay, he's a monster. So I would
pick those two guys up at Thanksgiving.
Yeah, I'm not even going to give the nickname, but yes, there's a nickname for when they get the big boys at the end of the year.
Well, and then they had T.J. Edwards and Kaiser Wright. Both were really, really good. But Zach Bond might be an All-Pro this year.
Zach deserves it. It's super impressive what he's done. I played against him at Sam linebacker. It's unprecedented to go from a stand-up edge guy, and he's good on the edge too, Mike. He's jamming guys up. They'll move him there if they need to. I love it. Vic's perfect for this job. Seasoned vet, control the noise, no drama with the media. It's perfect.
All right, let me quickly. Detroit, all banged up. You've been in the NFL locker rooms and the attrition. Has that knocked them behind Minnesota and Philadelphia?
Philly's the top team in the NFC. I'd say that with confidence. I wouldn't have said that a couple weeks ago, just based off how Philly's playing. Philly decides what they want to do with teams. They have their way. They have their will. They've done it. Detroit, it's a shame what's happened. I will say this. Craig Reynolds, he's a Philly guy, went to Kutztown. He's the third running back there. He now goes to number 2. He's going to get touches and have some success there for him. They have depth in that building. Like, they are built to be a strong program. That's why they're still staying competitive with these teams. Buffalo, legit. Right? Holy cow. Minnesota, they're going to have to sign Sam Darnold. They're going to have to. I think you go to Sam and say, Sam.
They're in a terrible spot in that whole situation.
But they're not, though, because your best quarterbacks, you have a quarterback on a rookie deal. We don't owe you anything. You need to compete for a job. And at the end of the day, Mike, you can't let people walk out of your building that do that well for you and that are that young and really haven't had any injuries. And you could still get him at a discounted rate. You can't just let him walk out and hope this kid who's never played professional football before plays well. Yeah. Because if he's, what are you going to do next year if he plays okay? Be 7 and whatever? That team's a Super Bowl team.
No, it's tough. I mean, it's a tough spot for them. But
I think it's a complete no-brainer. And anybody who's overthinking it, can't.
And the other part of it is
like that.
The other part of it is, Colin, does another team want to take Darnold on and then say, well, was it because of how he was taught in Minnesota? Are we getting that guy? Or are we getting the guy that was in Carolina?
Yeah, so the $55 million, right? Is that the number now? Let's just say it's $50 million for a round number. If I'm them, I walk in and say, Sam, we're going to give you 40 over 2 years, okay? Fully guaranteed. And any you play over this amount of snaps and you play over this and that, we're going to give you 50. So if you play well, you play yourself to be the top 10 paid quarterback in the league. If you play solid, you're top 10 anyway. You know, something like that. It's got to be team friendly for them because I think they know it's mutually benefiting. And if I'm Sam, I want to stay there. Like Sam's made
no
money.
doubt. I don't want to keep being a vagabond if I'm him.
Yeah.
I'll
Sam's
tell you
made
what,
money.
though. It's freaking cold there.
What a beautiful stadium and facility, though, Mike. It is cold 100%. But you know what the nice thing is? Training camp, it's so nice, Mike. Every day was 70 and sunny, no humidity. That's the hardest time of year. In season, you practice indoors. It's really nice.
That was the coldest I've ever been in my life. It
is cold.
February, whatever, Super Bowl, Minnesota. Yep. When they say bone chilling, Minnesota is the definition.
You're never outside, though. I will say this.
Ooh.
You're never – you walk to your car and you drive home and you go to bed. Like it's – so, yes, the off season, it does stink. It's April when you're there. But other than that, yeah, they play indoors. Their stadium. If you have a chance to go to a game, their stadium is stunning.
Colin Thompson, Sirius XM NFL Radio, the Colin Thompson Show, and right here on the Sports Bash live on 97.3 ESPN. All right, buddy. Good to see you.
Merry Christmas to all and to all. Go Birds.
Nice. All right, buddy. We'll talk to him here on the Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. We got coming up in the 3 o'clock hour. Johnny Max in the house. Don't go away. All right, Mike Gill on the Sports Bash live, 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app. Don't forget, Eagles game day Sunday. The pregame coverage starts at noon. The kickoff at 1 as they take on the Washington Commanders. This hour of the show brought to you by Autumn Lake Healthcare Centers, skilled nursing rehabilitation with elite-level care in a warm and vibrant atmosphere. Visit autumnlakehealthcare.com to find a location near you. When we come back, the Eagles getting ready for those Commanders. The coordinators spoke today. Did they see any difference around these teams? And we'll ask John McMullen, who covered the 2017 Super Bowl champions and the 2022 Philadelphia Eagles. Does this team give him vibes of either of those two teams? That's next when Johnny Mack joins us right here on the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN. Diana Rossini on the Scoop City podcast says this team is giving her 2017 vibes with a mix of the players from the 2022 team. John McMullen covered the 2017 Eagles and the 2022 Eagles, and of course, this year's Eagles team. Johnny Mac, how does this team stack up now? 12-2, all the wins. They are on a unprecedented streak for this organization. Are they on par, better than, equal to those other two teams you covered?
Yeah, it's a good question. I mean, they're certainly in the conversation. It's been a heck of a run, as you point that out, of Philadelphia Eagles football. In a lot of ways, I think the team that I always said the 2022 team was the best team I ever covered. And I covered the 2017 team, and I covered the 98 Vikings, who won, I don't know, 15 games, was it? Whatever it was. And that was the best team I ever covered. This team could be better, a little bit more inconsistent, I would say, but certainly a better defense. And that's where I think they've set themselves apart, which I think is a surprise to all of us, because we all thought the offense would be the clear strength of this team. And it turns out the defense is, which is incredible. So I think they have a chance to get there.
Yeah, we were talking last hour with Colin Thompson about this defense versus the John Gannon defense. That was the number one defense in the league, too. And I was trying to talk myself through it. I said, well, this team doesn't have a Hassan Reddick on it. Bradbury was very good. You had Chauncey Gardner-Johnson leading the league in interceptions. You had the linebackers on that team. It's funny, though. It feels like this one's better than that one, even though they had all the stats, they had career years, and for whatever reason, this one feels better than that one.
Yeah, well, I think a lot of it is the defensive coordinator, and he's been as advertised, and if it's even possible, he's been better than that. Tremendous game plan guy. He really sets himself apart. Developing plans to deal with the opponent for each and every week. So I think he's the best in the business when it comes to that. I think he's the best in the business when it comes to teaching what he wants done. So you see young players getting up to speed quickly. So I think that's a big part of it. And then I do think they hit some home runs on the personnel fronts with you talk about Reddick. He was a Defensive Player of the Year candidate that year, had a phenomenal year, one of the great defensive years in franchise history. But he's not as talented as Jalen Carter is, just pure talent. I haven't had a guy like that for years. You'd have to go back to, Fletcher Cox is a borderline Hall of Fame player. Jalen Carter's got more talent than him. You'd probably have to go back to Reggie White. Just for a similar level of talent. So you have that. Now, he's got to still reach his upside. He's got to be a little bit more disciplined, a little bit more mature. But you see the way he's able to make, we talk about game wreckers, and you saw one with T.J. Watt. I don't think Jalen Carter's quite there yet, but he's got a chance to get there very quickly. And then the linebackers have been just unbelievable. Zach Bond's played at an all-pro level, and that's not hyperbole. He should be an all-pro linebacker. Nakobe Dean has been tremendous after the slow start, and the young corners, which is, unexpected to be at that level. Cooper DeJean might be the best slot cornerback in football, and Quinyon Mitchell's been one of the best outside corners in football, and those are rookies. That's tough to explain.
Yeah, and it's funny because, like I said, like a lot of the defense of that year, we talked about this a lot when they lost John Gannon, mainly because Gannon was an unpopular figure with the fan base, but they had career years from more than half of the individuals on that defense. You had, 4 guys with double-digit sacks. You forget they had Javon Hargrave on that team as well. Reddick had almost 20 sacks that year. You had career season from Brandon Graham in terms of getting to the quarterback. Both of the linebackers ended up getting money based on how well they played. I mean, it just, so that's where I go to Fangio and say maybe that's where the big difference is he just has a better pulse of calling the defense and when to kind of change up and do something.
Yeah, well, I always, I say this all the time. In the modern world, you can go on Google today and search for playbooks, NFL playbooks, and you can find playbooks and plays and schemes, and you can go on there in 10 minutes and find what Vic Fangio does. And we've talked about how much people have copied him around the NFL. Nobody's been he's the guy when it comes to scheme in the modern NFL and so many copycats. But you can't teach it like he teaches it. And, you and I can copy it. We can put it in the Xerox machine and say, all right, this is what you're supposed to do. You got to teach it. And that I think is where he sets himself apart. And then he has a good game day feel on top of it. But yeah, I mean, I don't know anybody who thought this team had a ceiling to be the number one defense in football, and that's what they are right now.
Well, and as you mentioned, a lot of it had to go right. You had a hit on the corner in the first round. You had a hit on the corner in the second round. You had a hit on free agency, and that's where it goes to 2017, that team that won that Super Bowl. All the decisions they made in the offseason, they all translated and helped that team win a Super Bowl. So when Diana Rossini said, hey, the vibes of this team, you've been around those teams, does this team, have that feel that there is only one goal in this team, or does they've kind of worked their way up to this, or has it been like this all year?
Well, you know how this goes, Mike. It's a very reactionary league, and I heard Diana's talks. I mean, if she was here last week, she would have been saying the exact opposite. I mean, that's how things shift the thing. It was such an impressive performance against Pittsburgh. Everybody was so hyped up, and you get this feeling of good vibes. The week prior, they had a less impressive performance against Carolina, and everybody's complaining. And it became what it became. So, I mean, things move quickly in this league. So, the old adage rings true. It's never as good as you think it is. It's never as bad as you think it is. What you can say is this is a very, very good team. And the team that showed up and played Pittsburgh looks like the best team in the NFL, especially when you consider the attrition that Detroit has now suffered. But that doesn't mean they're going to show up and play the same way the next week. We know how that works. Mm-hmm. Now, if they play consistently at that level, they're probably going to win the Super Bowl.
Yeah. That's the challenge of all this, right? Is when you're a fan. We were talking about this yesterday, John. When you're a fan and you invest your 3.5 hours, 4 hours to watch that game, you want the best of them every time you watch them, but you enter knowing that that's not even realistic. Yet you judge them on the highest of expectations every week, even though they can't fulfill it. And then you make it you make some sort of declaration on what they are based on what you saw in that moment, and then in the same breath you'll say, well, it's a week-to-week league. The Eagles and what they do week to week has looked so similar with the running game, and then this week it looked so different, and that's why it looked like it was a reactionary to what the week before led to. But do you expect to see more of this style as we get down the stretch here for these last 3 games, where they are not as hesitant to throw the ball?
Well, I do believe Nick Sirianni when he says, because it's sample size now, that he's going to do what it does, what they need to do on a particular game day, and they have the luxury of being able to do both when they're playing at a high level. So it makes a lot of sense. That's how they built this team. That's why Howie brought in Saquon Barkley to even up it. I mean, they were always a good running team anyway, but even up it and you say as an opposing defensive coordinator, all right, I'm going to load the box and take away Barkley, and then you got to stop A.J. Brown, Devontae Smith with man-to-man coverage. On paper, that doesn't look like a good option. And vice versa, it doesn't look like a good option. If you bracket both of the receivers and say, all right, we're going to play with a light box, doesn't look good. The running part of that has pretty much been consistent for the most part. A couple down games, Pittsburgh being one of them, but for the most part, pretty consistent. Passing game far less consistent, so that has become the part of it under the microscope, and this was their best performance in a very long time in the passing game. So people are excited, understandably so.
Well, and the numbers for Jalen Hurts, it's the best game he's had since week 3 when they they played that game against the Saints. Week 2, was it? 311 yards he had. Week 3 against the Saints. They lost week 2 against Atlanta. But that's the best yardage-wise that he has thrown. 290 yards, most since 311 against the Saints back in week 3. But, it was A.J. Brown being involved. When he targeted A.J. Brown, he was 8 for 11 for 110 yards. And that's noteworthy because there were times he just back-shouldered it and said, go make the play, threw it up there, and we hadn't been seeing a lot of that. So that was the big step forward for Hurts as to why he was so willing, John, to just let her rip on Sunday.
Well, I do think there was. Maybe they went a little bit too far at the bye week, trying to hammer in no turnovers, ball security, to the point that they became way too cautious. It's a fine line, because you want to generate explosive plays, but you don't want to turn the football over. And the Eagles kind of, I think, defaulted to, well, we can just be very, very conservative, run the football, and win games. And it was working. And then some of the holes started to show, and we always talk about the margin of error and say, all right, you can't just, as Jalen described it, got to water the lawn occasionally. Otherwise, it's going to die. I think that's pretty much sums it up. You can't just leave something and let it atrophy and say, all right, we need it. It's not how it works.
Yeah.
So I think, AJ and Devontae both talked about those uncomfortable discussions. I think that's what it was about. And just similar to Nick listening to Lane Johnson and Jordan Mailata early in the season, he listened to them this time and said, all right, we got to get this a little bit better balanced. And I think Pittsburgh was the start of trying to correct that.
John McMullen from Birds 365 on the Jacob Media YouTube channel. And, of course, you can hear him weekday mornings from 8 to 10 a.m. musing about this, what could be a historic type of team here. Jalen Hurts, 7 turnovers in the first 4 games. They were 2-2. He has cut those turnovers down and now has had his big game here. So what do you want to see from this team over the last 3 weeks?
Well, what I'd like to see is that continued balance and sort of really, instead of just talking about it, really living up to it. In other words, saying, I think Nick kind of just, it was more lip service than anything else. We're going to do what we need to do to win a football game, but it was about running the football for a while. And now I think they're back to really believing in that. All right, if they're going to hold Saquon to 60, we're going to throw it. We're not just going to keep beating the horse and go about it that way. Or at least I hope that was sort of the end game. The opponent may have had something to do with it too, because I think they thought Pittsburgh was dangerous. And if they played like the way they played against Carolina, they kind of thought they were going to lose that game. So I think there was more of a sense of urgency, and that sort of encouraged the other stuff rather than just playing it safe. So Hopefully they learn something from it. It continues. It's interesting. You want the number 1 seed. It might be a little bit unrealistic, even though Detroit lost. You still need Minnesota and Detroit to lose, and they play each other in Week 18.
Mm-hmm.
So basically, Minnesota's got, I believe, Seattle this week at Seattle, which in theory should be a tough game. They have a very tough schedule, but Geno Smith might not play, so that might be a little bit easier than it typically would. Then they have Green Bay at home, then are out at Detroit. Detroit, I believe, plays who do they play this week? I just was looking at it.
Detroit plays Chicago.
Yeah, Chicago.
We just lost John. He just absolutely disappeared. Detroit plays Chicago, and I wanted to get him back because we're going down the road I wanted to get into. John used to cover Minnesota. He knows them pretty well. We've all seen Detroit all season long. I want to get his thoughts on where those 3 teams are in his mind right now, the triangle of Philadelphia, Detroit, and Minnesota. By the way, the ESPN.com power rankings have Philadelphia number 1, Kansas City number 2, Detroit number 3, and the Buffalo Bills number 4, the Minnesota Vikings number 5, Green Bay number 6. After that, you've got Pittsburgh, Baltimore, and Houston, Washington rounding out the top 10. Now, interestingly enough, Josh is talking to John off the air. John's still answering the question as he's answering the phone to come back on to the Sports Bash here. All right, we lost you somewhere in mid-sentence there. You just kind of vanished on us. And
I was talking that entire time. I had no idea it was off. None.
Yeah, you
said it was the most spectacular analysis I've ever given. I'll never get it back.
Man, it's not even in the ether anywhere. It's not on a cloud. It's nowhere. It's nowhere to be found, this thing.
I'm just talking outside, and people are. I'm talking like somebody's listening.
Well, you were talking about Minnesota, and they play the Bears. No, Detroit. You said who they play, and I said the Bears.
The Bears,
right?
So
the Bears, and that's where we left off.
Yeah. So if the Eagles win out, basically they need either Detroit or Minnesota to lose 2 games. Because they got to get 1 game ahead of them. So if you think, well, I guess not that, but what I'm trying to do, I'm doing a bad job of explaining this. If either Minnesota or Detroit wins out, it doesn't matter if the Eagles win out. They will still be the number 2 seed.
They can't be any worse than 2.
Yeah. If the Eagles win this week, they clinch the NFC East and at least the number 2 seed. If the Eagles beat Washington, from the standpoint of getting up to that number 1 seed, both Minnesota and Detroit would have the advantage in the tiebreaker if one of them wins out. So it's going to be still difficult for the Eagles to get that spot.
I was going to leave you with that, which was we watched Minnesota last night. Detroit, the battle of attrition, they are losing that right now. How do you kind of look at that triangle of those teams? Not for the number 1 seed, just in terms of if they face off in the playoffs.
Well, it's ironic because I think the best team in the NFC North right now is Green Bay. That tells you how good that division is. I really believe that. Now, I think Detroit is the best team. I think they're the best team in the NFL, but the attrition has gotten to the point where you just can't survive that. So as far as Green Bay goes, I think they're the most dangerous team. You saw Minnesota. They didn't look impressive, but then you look up and it's 27-6. And you say, that's pretty good. Even, if you think about how the Eagles struggled with a bad team in Carolina, and people say it's not aesthetic, sort of some of the same criticisms you got of the Eagles, and you look up and you say, it's 27-6, and they're putting in their backups. So they're doing something right.
Yeah. Well, we'll keep an eye on that. As you said, they play each other in the final week of the season, Detroit and Minnesota. We'll see how that goes. Philly plays Washington. A win this week, they would win the NFC East and be no worse than the number 2 seed. And, of course, you can listen to all the playoffs right here on 97.3 ESPN. By the way, we got a flex today as well. The Washington Commanders were flexed into the Sunday night football game against Atlanta. That's just the game we all needed. Atlanta get to see Kirk Cousins again in prime time against his former team, the Washington Nationals. And the Saturday games have all been announced.
The Washington Commanders. They've had a bunch of different names, but not the Nationals yet.
The Commanders, not the Nationals. John McMullen, tomorrow morning, 8:20, I will be on Birds 365. And, of course, right here on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN. Thanks, John.
All right, thanks, Mike.
All right, there's John. He's back tomorrow. Actually, no, he's off tomorrow. The Eagles' Wednesday practice schedule is all wonky, so no John on Wednesday. You can hear me on his show on Wednesday morning, 8:20 on the Jacob Media YouTube channel. Oh, boy. It's not the Nationals, it's the Guardians. I mean, not the Guardians, it's the Commanders.
Can he come out of the bullpen is what I want to know. Can Kirk Cousins give you an inning of relief?
Maybe better than anybody on that team.
So I'm wondering.
They got rid of Finnegan.
They did. They might need him.
Philly's still doing nothing. The only thing we keep hearing, you'll hear that coming up next, an update on it. More Sports Bash on the way, 97.3 ESPN. Because the Phillies are doing nothing, the only thing you keep hearing about them is this. That's coming up. Sixers win last night. No Joel Embiid the rest of the week. But can they turn the season around? Knicks Nuggets later on the Sports Bash. We got you till 6 right here on 97.3 ESPN. Fans are getting impatient. They want to trade. They want to move. They want something different. They want a new drug. Sports Bass Live, 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app, live video, streaming on the X platform, YouTube, at Mike Gill Show. You can get us either place. Easy to do. Use the hashtag SBLive and find us there. We got Alec Boehm's name keeps coming up, but nothing is happening. And now we're at the point where the only way the Phillies can really improve this thing is if they make a trade. There's not a free agent out there that's going to change the dynamics of this team. I saw an article that listed one realistic name that each team could add in free agency. The Phillies' name was Harrison Bader. That's not doing much to change the dynamics of this team. A little bit more pop in the outfield, obviously, than Rojas. But, you're not going to be getting World Series tickets printed if I tell you they signed Harrison Bader. And I'm not telling you if they trade Alec Boehm that you're going to be all that excited. But what I will say is this. There was some news last night that it was a little sneaky. If you're not someone who pays attention to the day-to-day offseason stuff, Ranger Suarez changed agents, and he is now being represented by Scott Boras. Ranger Suarez is a free agent. Your reaction was interesting. Did you not know that?
I did not see that, no. That tells me that he's looking for money.
Ranger Suarez wants to be paid. When you change agents and you go to Scott Boras, you're looking for the big bucks.
Yeah, it's not just changing agents. It's changing to Scott Boras is the specific move.
I tweeted out probably back, I don't remember if it was December 8th. No, it couldn't have been December 8th because that was like a week ago. It had to be November the 8th. That I think the Phillies' most creative trade would be to try to see if Ranger Suarez has any value.
Does he have less value now that his agent is Scott Boras?
That is the interesting question. Did changing agents to Scott Boras now scare other teams off? Because he's a free agent after this year, which means someone else is going to have to pay him. And my point on trading him back on November the 8th was let somebody else pay him. Because I don't think the Phillies want to pay Ranger. As much as Ranger's been a huge, important part of this team, I don't think they want to pay Wheeler, Nola, Sanchez, and also Suarez. So instead of having to pay him, you spin him off and try to get somebody back in return that's likely an offensive player of similar prestige, if you will.
So is this where packaging him with Alec Boehm becomes potentially more likely in your mind?
Well, the Boehm thing, as you heard Ken Rosenthal there say, they're trying to trade Boehm. I don't care what Rob Thompson said, and I don't know why Rob Thompson would say that to Alec Boehm. They're trying to move him. The problem is he doesn't have any value, right, or doesn't have the value the Phillies need him to have. Put it that way. He has value, but he doesn't have the value the Phillies need him to have. In other words, the Phillies need him to have more value for what they're asking for. They asked for Mason Miller. Are you out of your mind? You think the A's are giving you Mason Miller for Alec Boehm? I mean, look, I like Alec Boehm. I've been a pretty big Alec Boehm fan and supporter, but they're not giving you Mason Miller for him.
Well, remember, it was Jim Bowden, and we played the audio last week, where he said about the whole situation with, the Phillies trying to get Kyle Tucker, for example. He said, look, the Astros view Alec Boehm differently than the Phillies do. And so I ask you, Mike, is part of this whole conversation the problem being that the Phillies view Alec Boehm as more valuable than other teams?
That's a good question. I don't know that the Phillies find Boehm more valuable. I think that Boehm was the starting third baseman in the All-Star game last year.
He was.
I think it's a position that just doesn't have a lot of great options.
You mean options in terms of there's not a bunch of guys that you must have. Is that what you're saying at that position?
Yeah, I mean, if he's the best third baseman, now I get it, it's only for half the year. And he had a rough second half. He wasn't nearly as good in the second half as he was in the first half. But it's just not a position that it used to be. It used to be a position that was filled with that was your corner guys hit for power, and there's not a lot of third basemen that are jacking 30, 35 homers anymore. That's just kind of out the window.
So you're saying Matt Williams ain't walking through that door?
No, he's not. Did you watch the Mike Schmidt documentary?
I had not gotten around to watch that yet. Last I actually watched the New York Sack Exchange, so.
Oh, I wanted to see that.
30 for 30, ESPN Plus.
Yeah. I was watching the Sixer game last night. Then the doubleheader Monday night games had me, boy, they were bad.
Oh, don't get me wrong. It was 1 a.m. when I was watching.
Oh, okay. I'm just saying I had other things I was watching. I'm asleep by 1 o'clock. I mean, come on, I'm old, man. But Bohm is an interesting one because he's a different type of hitter than today's hitters. He puts the ball in play. He doesn't walk a whole heck of a lot, but he'll put the ball in play. He's more of a gap-to-gap guy than a power guy. He's not a high on-base percentage guy, but he doesn't strike out a lot. He hits into a lot of double plays, and he's not a great defensive third baseman. So the Phillies have a tough sell on this is, hey, he's the starting third baseman for the All-Star team, but he's also, I would say, a good hitter, not a great hitter, and I don't want to say he's not a poor defensive player. I don't want to even say he's an average. I think he's an above average defensive player. He's not good. He's not great. He's above average.
Okay.
So he's a tough sell because he doesn't do anything that wow you.
He doesn't do anything that's extraordinary.
No, so I don't know what kind of value you get back in return that changes the dynamics of your team. If he's the most tradable piece you have based on salary, age, position, what do I realistically think I can get back for him? Okay, Seattle needs a bat. Well, they're not willing to give you one of the top arms on their staff. They've already asked for that. Or is your team any better if you get their fourth guy? Or do you just stick with Bohm?
Right, or do you just stick with Bowman? That's the question.
That's the conundrum you're in is the guy that you're willing to give us in return doesn't do much to change us.
Right.
We're just trying to change for almost the sake of changing, but the guy you want to give us to try to help us change isn't changing us enough.
And is that part of the reason why Rosenthal brought up the fact that Philly fans are frustrated? Because Philly fans want something. They want action, and Dombrowski's sitting there being like, I'm not going to give you action for the sake of action.
Yeah, that's where this is tough because the guy that you are willing to move doesn't have enough value to change you. And that's why I say, okay, I would have turned my attention to Suarez to see if, hey, we'll give you a pitcher, you give us a hitter. Instead of saying we'll give you a hitter and in return you're asking for pitching. All the reports have been they've been asking for pitching in return. Mason Miller's a closer. Garrett Crochet is a starter. The two pitchers they asked for from Seattle, according to reports, for Bohm, they've asked for pitching for Bohm. So they're trading a hitter for pitching. Why not try to trade the pitcher for a hitter? The problem now becomes now Suarez has a new agent that everybody knows. Well, I don't want to deal with this guy.
Well, what's bizarre is that I'll repurpose a question Nick Earnshaw asked you last week on Nick's Nuggets. You know, the Yankees acquired Devin Williams for Nestor Cortez. You couldn't have told me you couldn't have gotten him?
I voiced that as well. I thought the deal that the Yankees made for Devin Williams, the Phillies probably could have matched.
Right. So it's like you want pitching, but we've already seen a pitcher get traded for a trade cost that was more than equitable for you.
Yeah. I mean, I don't have a problem being critical of them for that. Maybe they weren't interested in Devin Williams. Maybe the Brewers weren't interested in what the Phillies had. If I said Ranger Suarez or Nestor Cortez, who would you rather have? I mean, I don't know what Nestor's contractual situation is, but you got to keep in mind the Brewers do not want to have to pay somebody.
That's true.
That's one of the reasons why they want to get rid of Devin Williams.
Again, we go back to the whole Scott Boras potential.
Yeah, but you didn't know the Boras thing unless they knew behind back channels.
I didn't know. Right.
Well, it just happened last night.
Well, it was public last night. You just said
that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Unless there were some back channels of murmurs of, hey, Suarez is dumping his agent, he's looking to get paid,
right.
Then the Brewers might say, well, then we're not interested. But who values Bohm? The problem is the Mariners need a third baseman, but that's a tough ballpark to hit. Every free agent that has gone there has kind of struggled in that ballpark. So Bohm, I don't think projects very well in that ballpark. So as much as the Mariners have a need for that spot, I don't think Bohm is a guy they want to give up. They'll take him because they have a need at that position, but I don't think they're willing to say we're going to give you something of substance. So the Phillies need to try to get a third and or fourth team involved in this situation.
I mean, Bohm almost feels like if you're going to trade him to a team, you got to send him somewhere like Colorado, right?
I don't know if Colorado's all that interested in winning. And Bohm is now past the age where you're like, he's a young guy we can build
Right,
around.
he's no longer the fun young prospect. Now he's a vested veteran third baseman who's been to the All-Star game.
Yeah. I listen, they're in a tough spot because free agency has kind of passed them by. They don't want to move Painter, and I don't blame them, Aiden Miller, Justin Crawford. I don't think they're all that interested in moving those guys. So you're really trying to work off of your major league roster to try to find a way to improve this team. And the Boris news now adds another wrench to this, where I don't think someone wants to trade for a guy who's on his coming up on his free agent year and just switched agents to Scott Boras. So, listen, they've already called the Mariners, asked for Gilbert, and they said no. Who's the other pitcher that's escaping my mind right now?
Well, Rosenthal just mentioned Castillo.
Yeah, but apparently they had asked for Logan.
They asked for Logan Gilbert was the main one they asked for.
They asked for two, and they got shut down on both. Logan, man, am I getting that old that I can't remember names that quickly? They just blank out of my head. They asked for two different pitchers. They got shot down on both. The guy was on my fantasy team this year, too. God almighty. It's unbelievable that I can't remember these things. But they've asked for the two top pitchers, in the Mariners. George Kirby's the other one. Yeah, Kirby and Logan Gilbert. Both. So they're not going to get Luis Castillo if you've already been told no for Kirby and Gilbert. I mean, you asked for below Castillo, and they got told no. So I kind of find it hard to believe that they're going to get better than that.
Yeah, so now this is multiple teams, Mike, the Mariners and the Astros, just to name two, that do not see the value in Alec Bohm that the Phillies do. So now you're starting to wonder, can they trade him at all?
Well, again, I go back to, I don't think it's that they don't see the value that the Phillies do. I think they see the same value that the Phillies do. The Phillies are asking more than he's worth. Like, I would put it this way. If you called me and I was the GM of these teams and what the Phillies are asking for, I'd hang up on you. I'm not giving you Mason Miller for Alec Bohm.
Okay, let's go back to the Mariners.
Or Logan Gilbert or George Kirby. Neither one of those pitchers. They both have higher value.
Well, as Rosenthal said, it's you're not going to get a one-for-one deal done. So if you're the Phillies and you call the Mariners and say, Alec Bohm, Ranger Suarez, and Daniel Cava for George Kirby, you interested?
Say that again.
Alec Bohm, Ranger Suarez, and Daniel Cava for George Kirby. You interested? If you're the Mariners.
No, again, because of the free agent problem. And I'm Seattle. I don't want to pay money. I mean, and that's the problem in this situation. Like, don't be the guy that texts in all the time, then throws 8 guys into the trade to try to make it sound like you're a guy in my fantasy league. Hey, I'll give you 4 guys that were on the waiver wire a week ago that I could have picked up myself, and I'll ask for your number 1 receiver in return.
Well, we've already seen trades this offseason where 2 or 3 guys were in the trade. So that's why I went with 3. Because Rosenthal said it's going to take multiple pieces, he said. It can't just just be Alec Bohm.
It's hard, though, when you're including multiple pieces that are on major league rosters, one of which is a free agent, and now he wants to get paid. So that it becomes a little bit of an issue. It's going to be a difficult, now, I don't know if we played it in that bite there, but what Rosenthal said is he does not expect Bohm to be on the Phillies at the start of the season.
Right.
I just don't see where there's a great fit in terms of value. Sure, the Mariners will take him, but they're not giving you what you're not going to be excited about the return, is my point. Like,
Right.
I'm not saying that the Mariners aren't interested. Sure, they're interested. But they don't want to give you anything of value for him. Like, yes, we need a third baseman who's cheap and is productive. Bohm is a productive, cheap third baseman. Yes, the Mariners will take him. But I'm not giving you one of my top 3 starting pitchers on my major league roster for him. That is not something I think that they're interested to do.
That's gonna be the problem moving forward, because if you're asking for more than what Alec Bohm is, then you're stuck in a rock and a hard place.
Yeah, that's the issue there. So as what Ken Rosenthal said there, I find, yes, they will try to trade Bohm. I just don't think that anybody out there is going to be excited about the return that you get for him. So if he's not here, and like this guy, he's watching on the YouTube channel, Bohm sucks. Okay, I'll play along. Yes, Bohm is not great. I don't agree with him, but I'll play along. If they trade Bohm, what they get back in return, Midnight Lexicon, watching on the YouTube channel, you will not be happy with. And then the replacement for Bohm, you will not be happy with, because you're going to play Edmundo Sosa there, most likely, unless they sign Bregman, which I guess is a possibility. But remember, if you lose Bohm, there's 95 RBI out of the middle of your lineup that are gone. And he put up 95 ribbies, 98 ribbies, I believe it is, 2 straight seasons. So he has almost 200 RBI the last 2 years. Somehow he sucks.
Yeah, he had 97 RBI this past year.
And he's doing that. He missed time in
Right.
August.
He missed a chunk of games.
He missed a chunk of games. And he also had to do that without, certain guys in the lineup around him were
Right.
missing.
For example, there was a stretch of 6 weeks where there was no Trey Turner, stretch of games with no Bryce Harper. I mean, this team went through some roller coasters this year.
Yeah. So listen, somebody saying that Bohm has more value than you get him credit for. No, I think Bohm.
It's not about what we think the value is.
Forget-
It's the fact that the other teams think
Yeah, he
its
says
value
Bohm
is.
has way more value than you guys think. No, I don't agree with that. I think Bohm is probably better than most people listening, and I don't think he has that much value. You think that there are people out there, they think, look, I got guys watching on the YouTube right now, they tell me, Bohm sucks, and I hear that from a lot of people. I'm not that guy. I think Bohm's a pretty good hitter. I don't think he has any value put it this way, I think he has value, not for your number 1, 2, or 3 pitcher in your rotation. That's what I'm saying. You're going to tell me someone's going to give you their ace of their staff for Alec Bohm? I'd like to know what people – I know that the dispensaries are all over Atlantic City, but my God, they're a little too strong for people who think you're going to get somebody's ace. Don't smoke and tweet or text. Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. Why would the Mariners – we're going to give you Luis Castillo for Alec Bohm. Get the heck out of here. They wouldn't even give up Kirby or – jeez. Gilbert. They asked for Mason Miller. Straight up, I'll give you Bohm for Mason Miller. Click.
Yeah, exactly.
You ever watch a TV show, ever wonder, like, when you hang up the phone, you never actually hear the beep, beep, like they do on TV?
Yeah.
That's what you would hear. Can I have Mason Miller in return for Bohm? Beep, beep. More Sports Bash coming up. 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN. Free mobile app powered by First Bank of Seattle City. All right, this hour of the Sports Bash brought to you by Broadley's Plumbing, Heating, Air Conditioning, your trusted source for heating, plumbing service, and installation for generations. Call 609-390-3907, online at broadleys.net. Mike Gill on the Sports Bash. By the way, McMullen back there at 3 o'clock was brought to you by Boardwalk Honda. Shop their lineup of new, pre-owned, and certified pre-owned Hondas online at boardwalkhonda.com. We got so much more to go, including Adam Kaplan, football at 4. Coming up, we'll discuss with him, does he think the Eagles' defense is elite? He'll tell us the reasons why this defense has taken such a big jump this season. And is the Eagles' passing game sustainable? Adam Kaplan, next. Football at 4 on the Sports Bash, live on 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app, live video on the X platform and on YouTube at Mike Gill Show. Chase Daniel on the Scoop City podcast with Diana Rossini. He says it's the Eagles' defense we're not talking enough about. So let's get into that with Adam Kaplan from the Inside the Birds podcast and InsideTheBirds.com, which you can get on all podcasting platforms. And don't forget their YouTube channel. Just search Inside the Birds. We'll look at the Eagles' passing game and how that all transformed this weekend. But are we talking about an elite-level defense that not enough people are taking, they're not looking at this defense on that level here, Adam Kaplan?
No, it's funny. I was trying to figure out who is that and what's Chase Daniel? It's good to know. So, yeah, Mike, it is really fascinating. If you polled a lot of national writers, and by the way, a lot of us have to vote for various polls. I voted, one of the two that I voted in is the Pro Football Writers Association poll, and that's also the most detailed. I guarantee you most of these guys or gals don't know much about Milton Williams, if at all. I'm sure they've heard the name, but they don't know anything about him. Milton Williams is sort of like the glue to the front. We know how great Jalen Carter is, but Milton Williams is a terrific football player that so few people know about. And that I'm glad you brought this up because, look, if you look at the raw numbers, the team rankings around the National Football League, the Eagles have the number one defense in the National Football League. Like, if you would have asked me this to start the season, I would have thought, are we talking about the 1981 Eagle Super Bowl team? What year are we talking about? Oh, 24. No, this can't be right. Well, it is. Rush defense, which, by the way, got off to a slow start. Remember against Green Bay, Mike, where this Emmanuel Wilson comes off the bench in back of Josh Jacobs and starts breaking off these plays, and we're like, okay, what's wrong with the tackling? Well, Mike, the tackling has been good ever since the game where Vic Fangio brought out a new front against the Saints and they shut down Alvin Kamara. Isn't it remarkable? Other than the Tampa Bay game, that's when they were in the heat. They folded, but they've been phenomenal against the run since then. Against the pass, Mike, not only number one, have they got anything completed against them other than a flea flicker? I mean, a natural drop back pass, right? Have they given up a play over 25 yards? I can't think of one. Maybe they have, but I'm talking about a drop back pass.
It's funny. We were talking about this the other day about, back in the Chip Kelly, Billy Davis defenses, you used to hear the word X play every single week.
I hated that term, by the way.
And now it's completely out the window. They dominated. And, look, their defense was absolutely unbelievable. They gave up 163 yards. And now, George Pickens being out, Russell Wilson, the deep ball, that kind of got negated, but they only ran for 56 yards in the game as well. So it was just a dominant effort. But here's the big number. Since Fangio took over, they've allowed 350 or more yards 4 times all year. Last year, that happened 10 times.
Mm. Yeah, it's really interesting. And the thing is, I don't know why. Talking to Steelers last week, they kind of talked up Mike Williams to me, and then they barely used Mike Williams to replace George Pickens. Just really not smart coaching. That was not smart. But overall, look, the Eagles' defense, and the other thing, Mike, is the buy-in from the players. Just look at the energy and the passion they play with. They're really out of position. They don't make mental errors. It's just great coaching and great execution by the players. Think about how pathetic it was last year when the players turn on Sean Desai. They got off to a great start. People forget about that. The Miami game was his signature game, and then the players, they lost the buy-in, and then you saw Desai reassign. And with Matt Patricia, nobody could figure out what kind of defense they were playing. It was just a mixture of his defense and the Fangio system. It didn't work. It was a disaster, totally undisciplined, embarrassing. And, look, I know that, if we went back to the 22 season, I think if we were being honest, they were more talented in 22. And I'm not criticizing Jonathan Gannon. I'm just going to tell you what I see and what I know and what people tell me who know more about football than I do. This defense right now really does not have a weakness other than Jordan Davis, who's a very limited player. Show me a player who's not playing well right now.
Well, it's funny because we were talking about that yesterday and a little earlier today. Is this defense better than the John Gannon? And it's funny because individually you go around, there's no Hassan Reddick on this team. That team had Fletcher Cox playing at a really high level. Brandon Graham had maybe one of his best seasons. You had Hargrave was awesome that year. T.J. Edwards and Kaiser White played very solidly. Bradbury was second-team All-Pro. Chauncey Gardner led the league in interceptions. Marcus Epps was pretty solid. I mean, individually, you had a lot of good players who had their best seasons, yet this defense feels better.
It's funny, Mike. If you go back to that, so you mentioned Bradbury, second-team All-Pro. Okay, yeah, we know he had a very good season, but talking to some of their opponents that season, those opponents couldn't protect because they wanted to go after Bradbury. I'm telling you, that was a factor. If you can't protect, when you have a pass rush, you mentioned Reddick and Fletcher Cox, of course. When you have this pass rush that they had and Sweaty was really good that year. When you have a pass rush that can protect your back end, it can make the back end of your defense better than it probably is and was, because we saw what happened to Bradbury last year. I mean, he should have been benched. So he kind of was. He got his role reduced. And the other thing, Mike, another one, the secret sauce of this defense, other than the coaching and the execution by the players, is the depth of this team, Mike. When Blankenship gets hurt, he has a concussion. McCollum comes in, and we don't know much about him, an undrafted free agent. He's got to play. He does a good job. By the way, I have to mention this. Most people don't even know this or don't realize it. Nolan Smith, not only was their fourth edge rusher to start the season, Brandon Graham through 6 weeks had more snaps than Nolan Smith. And look what Nolan Smith is doing now, who's been really good. This has been a quasi-breakout season for him. He's just playing really good football.
Yeah.
You can't have all these guys playing well at the same time without great coaching. It's not possible.
Yeah, well, and that's the one difference between the Gannon team and the Fangio team might be the coordinators, the guy who's calling and dialing up the plays and just having a little bit better hand of when to switch something up, when to change something, and by the way, we say this a lot, he's the one who designed the defense, so has a little bit better understanding of it.
Real quick, Mike, it's funny you say that, because when they hired Vic, Jeff and I talked about, we talked to someone who coached with him, or coached for Vic in Denver. He goes, you'll notice the defense under Vic and Gannon, but you'll see the differences right away. And they'll blitz less. They're blitzing less. The thing that has happened that I don't understand, and it's something that I heard repeatedly by people around the league, was that there are voids in the Vic Fangio defense within his zones, and they'll get hit on that stuff. They're not. There's been no void in their zone defense. No one's been able to find it, Mike. It's been really shocking to see that. But again, and you got to give these players credit. The level that they're playing, Mike. Just before we get back to you, I just want to mention. We just mentioned Nolan Smith. Nakobe Dean. He obviously had not even been he hardly played his first 2 years. The Zach Bone story, everybody knows. This is incredible. Quinyon Mitchell is playing at an all-pro level. He won't be one, I'm sure. He's a rookie, so the AP won't probably recognize that, but he'll be in the running for Defensive Rookie of the Year. But if you just look,
by the way, he's the leader in the at the betting odds right now.
Oh, to be what?
Defensive Rookie of the Year.
I'd be very surprised if the AP would vote that. I just don't. It's a splash award. They don't throw at him, Mike. They just don't throw him enough. He's great when they do.
Yep.
He hasn't given up a touchdown. Still not giving up one.
Yeah, I was a little surprised to see that myself, but he is the Defensive Rookie of the Year, plus 100. Quinyon Mitchell is the favorite right now, and so there you go. So we'll see. I want to get your thoughts real quick on the story of last week. Is it the story moving forward? The passing game, is it sustainable? They couldn't pass it a week ago. Can they pass it moving forward?
So, Mike, and you and I have talked about this. You listen to your show. You see it the same way I do with Jalen Hurts. He absolutely is capable. I say this every week. He just wouldn't pull the trigger. I don't know why. And I was told by someone today who's already graded the tape, the offensive tape, that a lot of the concepts that they ran in this game, they've been running all season. Just Jalen was not pulling the trigger on them. And this game, and maybe it's because it was Pittsburgh. I don't have an answer. Only he would know. And he pulled it like he was so in a zone. He saw it through it. You can't defend that. Mike. When your quarterback gets rid of the football and it's on time, like. There's only so much a defensive coordinator. Terrell Austin is their defensive coordinator. Like you've got the iPad on the sideline, the Surface actually, if you want to be exactly correct, the Microsoft Surface. You could show it to your players, but you're not going to be able to adjust significantly until your next game, until you watch the tape on Monday. So they didn't adjust to what the Eagles were doing. Jalen took what was there. How many times have we said this on your show on Football at 4? Kudos to him. Now, let's move this forward. Is it sustainable? Yes. Now, he's got to do it. But the good thing, quarterback is about confidence, right? We had said that he had not. We had said he had not been playing with confidence. I know you weren't. I listened to your show yesterday. I know you weren't really happy with his press conference. I loved it. I'm a little different than you are, Mike. I love how he opened his press conference. Oh, guys, so this is what you wanted to see? Yes, it is. If you love football.
Well, I wasn't saying so much I didn't like it. I was asking. He's just such a hard exterior to read, and I was wondering if he was being playful, if he was being.
He's playful, don't you think so?
I don't know. I can't tell.
I thought he was. I thought it was great. Because I had no idea what to expect, and I'm laughing watching this. I'm like, is he trolling the media?
Well, that's what he does it with a stone cold look on his face, like, so this is what you wanted to see, huh? But there's no little smirk or smile, nothing. It's just he's just a hard guy to relate to sometimes, right?
He's different. Look, he's a young guy, but I just he was phenomenal. Yes, there were times he held on the ball too long. That's a fact. I was told this morning about the guy who graded the tape. He said, "Hey, there were times where he held on to it too long." But the guy agreed with me that he processed so well, got rid of it on time with confidence. Footwork, by the way, that Greg Cosell has pointed out to us that occasionally footwork was not good this season, but he everything I heard from a functionality standpoint was really good, and this is just an excellent performance. This is what you want. That's why I said, Mike, he's absolutely capable of doing this every week. I don't buy that he can't. I've said this with our Patreon group.
We're on the same page there.
Yeah, when people are beating Jalen up, I was like, listen, it's true. He wasn't playing well, but he's absolutely capable of playing well. I don't want to hear that he can't. And he just did. So it's sustainable to answer the question.
We will take a look ahead to Washington when Adam's back on Friday here on the Sports Bash. And, of course, the Eagles, unlike Detroit, very healthy going into this game. We'll take a look at that and more. Minnesota, by the way, we've got a three-way tie at the top in the NFC. Adam Kaplan from the Inside the Birds podcast for today's Football at 4. Thanks, Adam.
Thanks, man.
All right, he's back on Friday. We'll take a closer look at the game against Washington because I will say this. Philadelphia played Washington, kind of dominated that game the first time they played. I think that Jaden Daniels has gotten much better. It seemed that he was banged up, did not throw the ball down the field, did not take a lot of shots down the field against the Commanders in that first game. You go back to the first game they played, and really it was very safe Washington, right? Washington was very safe almost the entire day. They just did not do – if you watch Jaden Daniels the last couple of weeks, I think the last 3 weeks, he has looked a lot more like the guy that we saw previous to the Eagles games. And there was some speculation that, he had that rib problem and that maybe he wasn't fully healed from the rib problem. You go back to that game, he was 22 of 32 in the game for 191 yards. He got sacked 3 times. They couldn't run the ball all that much. Philadelphia that day ran it 40 times for 228 yards. And by the way, in that game, Jalen Hurts was pretty solid. 18 of 28, 221. The one thing that happened in that game, if you remember, was Washington just couldn't throw the ball down the field. They took McLaurin completely out of the game, right? McLaurin had 1 catch for 10 yards in that game. So they just couldn't get anything going in their pass game. Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app. Live video streaming on the X platform and on YouTube at Mike Gill Show. You can watch the show there and comment and be a part of the show. You can download the free mobile app powered by First Bank of Sea Isle City and listen to the show on your phone. All right, Josh, we have compiled a bunch of stuff throughout the day as people have now watched the Eagles, seen them in action, and now react.
So part of the reaction we wanted to get to, Mike, because you're talking about the passing game for the Eagles with Adam, I wanted to get to something that Hembo said earlier today and get your reaction to this because, Hembo is a guy who tends to approach things a little differently. Adam Kaplan joked that I see things differently than you, Mike. Well,
you like that one.
Well, Hembo, I think, sees things differently than a lot of people. And here's what he said earlier today on Greeny.
There is one attribute of the passing game that still has me genuinely concerned, and that is Jalen Hurts' propensity to hold on to the football much too long. The world agrees that the Eagles have a top 5 offensive line, both in pass protection and in run blocking, and the numbers demonstrate that. And yet, Jalen Hurts has been sacked at one of the 5 highest rates in the league. I don't have any question about his ability to deliver the football, but I do have a question about his processing, his pressure response, his pocket management.
I think that's fair. That the one thing I was earlier in the show, Jalen Hurts in the pocket against Pittsburgh, when throwing from inside the pocket this game, 23 of 27 for 254 and 2 touchdowns. 85% completion percentage when he just stood in the pocket and delivered the football. He got it out. He threw it quick. He threw it decisively. It's those 7-8 times when he rolls out to one side of the field and cuts the field off. You know that play is over.
Right.
And it's a byproduct of him holding the ball. Now, he threw the ball, 32 times in the game? 27 of them, he threw the ball from the pocket. Now, Pittsburgh blitzed them against the blitz, 8 for 13, 98 yards, 2 touchdowns when they blitzed. He went 7 for 11 when he was under pressure. So he had a good game against the blitz. He had a good game against pressure from the front 4. He had a good game standing in the pocket. It's those, if he threw the ball 27 times, it's the 5, 6, 7, 8 times where he holds the ball, starts rolling to one side of the field, and you know that plays DOA.
And I think that's where the conundrum is, because you saw again on Sunday what he is capable of, right? You know that if he just stands there, gets the ball out of his hands within rhythm, right, he's going to be successful. It's when he, as you said, tries to improvise, runs out of the pocket, cuts off half the field, or holds the ball just for 10 million years, that's when you get into trouble. And I never understood why, if you know what something someone's good at, right, why would you put them in a position to do anything else? You know what I mean? Like that play a couple weeks ago when they called quarterback power on 3rd down. It's like, what on earth was that trash?
Every once in a while that play works when he follows Barkley through the hole.
Yeah. But every once in a while is what you made the point for me.
Yeah, I think those numbers, if you're watching on the YouTube channel, you can see them up on the screen. 23 of 27, 254, 2 touchdowns. He made plays against the blitz. He made plays under pressure. He made all the throws, but there are, like, Hembo's really being nitpicky with the negatives, and they are the negatives, is when he, and believe me, when you watch it in real time and he starts to roll out to his left or his right, either way, he can't get his shoulders square, and he just runs to the sideline and he just jumps out of bounds and he throws the ball like 20, 25 yards down the field. It's a lost play almost every single. I don't think I can remember him rolling out and connecting on the run.
Not this year. I know there were times in 2022 when he did, but I'm also believing in my mind that a lot of those rollouts, when he did complete the ball in 2022, those were designed that way. You know what I mean? It wasn't a lot of the rollouts you're referring to this year and last year, they were not designed for that. It was him just being like, oh, bleep, and then just running around.
I like the oblique. Not the oblique hair.
Not the oblique hair, no.
The oblique.
We're not talking about Pablo Banchero here.
Mike, I did not like Jalen's press conference. The media should have responded to his opening remark with, maybe you should ask AJ that question. That would be a fair zinger.
It would be fair, but, maybe there is something to the, we had the audio earlier from Chase Daniel talking about how, the A.J. Brown comments galvanized the Eagles, right? Maybe there's just something to this where the players in this team just sat there and they just need a boogeyman, right? They just need a villain to rally around.
Always. The smoking gun is always the highlight of a good story.
Sometimes people just need to be like, we're going to create a bad guy. You know, like how many times were the stories in the last?
Well, AJ said he didn't mind being the bad guy.
Yeah, well, he's also AJ Brown, so.
Yeah, but he took the role on. He said, and I have no problem with AJ, with what happened and what he said. The only problem with AJ I have is that he left the comment flapping in the wind.
Right, he left it open for interpretation.
Yeah, and you know, maybe he did that on purpose. Who knows? But that's the only thing I can say. I don't have a problem with him being vocal about the team not being what the expectations were.
Speaking of Chase Daniel, there's another point that he made on the Scoop City podcast, Mike, that I want to get your reaction to, because I have asked the question in the past about the play caller, Kellen Moore, and his role in all this Jalen Hurts stuff, and this is what the former NFL quarterback said.
Kellen Moore, the offensive coordinator, he let Jalen Hurts throw the ball over 30 attempts. They've been averaging 21 attempts a game in their 9-game win streak. They just hadn't been needing to throw the football. And then on the other side of things, it opens up the box. It's a light box for Saquon Barkley, even though he didn't run for a lot of yards. So you get those two things working in tandem. This looks like a really scary team.
I would love to be able to get in the head of Kellen Moore for this whole situation, because he seems like such like an all shucks kind of guy, you know, like. And is he thinking like, hey, man, I really want to throw the ball, but we got Barkley, and I don't know, is Sirianni mandating him to run the ball at this pace or level?
I don't know if he's mandating him, but we know that the offensive line met with Kellen Moore and Nick Sirianni. So is it Sirianni bringing down the mandate, or is Kellen Moore in the back of his mind saying, man, Lane Johnson kind of reamed me out that one time?
Well, did Lane Johnson even ream him out, or did he go to Sirianni and see, like, the whole situation, just in general, of where Moore, how much say and power he has? So,
I think he has more power than Brian Johnson.
Did you see our guy Rothstein tweeted something out that I thought was a little ridiculous.
Typical Ryan tweet?
God bless him. I mean, hey, have an opinion, stick with it. He said, classic emotional Sirianni coming out throwing in shotgun and empty backfield. Pass, 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 run, pass, pass. Why run it? You only have the most valuable player in the backfield. Emotions get the best of Nick again. Shocker.
But Sirianni doesn't call the plays.
Well, to which I responded, interestingly enough, Sirianni doesn't call the plays. He says he is the head coach, though. Interestingly enough, you think he doesn't have a say in the first 15 in the overall direction and philosophy week to week? You're crazy. And then I said, I hope not. I hope he lets the coaches do their thing. That's why he's a good leader. And he says you let him off the hook for literally everything, when in reality it should be the opposite. He is the head coach. It is his responsibility, his duty, to do exactly what I am outlining week to week. Letting him off the hook is malpractice. And I said, I'm not letting him off the hook. He did his job, get them focused for the game, and he allowed his coordinators to do their jobs. That's what a leader does.
I just want to bring up, so we talked about the Scoop City podcast. This was part of Diana Rossini's report that this year Sirianni is no longer calling the plays, but last year was basically, she called it the Sirianni show last year.
It was Nick Sirianni's show. Everything you saw on that field was Sirianni. And from just having a few discussions with people in Philadelphia, it just seems that Nick just wanted to do it his way. And he's the head coach. If that's what he wants to do.
It seems like it wore him down, though, throughout the year. Like, you can see his bags under his eyes. You can see everything. It's like too much for a head coach.
Yeah.
So last year was Sirianni's show. This year is not Sirianni's show. So then you could argue that because it's not Sirianni's show, things are better.
Well, I think it's Nick evolving as the head coach and realizing I took too much on my plate. You know, interestingly enough, you know, again, I look at this from a small lens. You know, you coach at a small level, and even at that, you take it seriously, right? Mm-hmm. You take a lot of pride in the product you put on the field. And you get to a point where you're at a certain age or a certain time or a certain thing where you don't take a lot of insight from others. And then as you fail or your team is not what you wanted it to be, you are open and more willing to listen to others' ideas about how, to which, oddly enough, this conversation is coming up today, that I reached out to somebody that I used to coach with to see if they wanted to come back because I learned a lot from them when they coached with me before and thought that that person would add even more to our organization. So I think Nick has learned from the failures of 2023. Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app. When we come back, Nick Earnshaw's in the house for another edition of Nick's Nuggets. Don't miss them. They're next. This is the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN. 434 Sports Bash, 97.3 ESPN. Knicks Nuggets today are brought to you by the Fanatics Sportsbook at Ocean Casino Resort in Atlantic City. Each and every day, Nick Earnshaw, host of the Shift podcast and the Locker Room weekends on 97.3 ESPN, gives us his Nuggets. And we have another edition of Nick's Nuggets right now on the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN. Man, we've talked a lot about a lot of different things today. We've done some Phillies. We've done some Sixers. We've done a lot of Eagles today. So what are today's Nuggets consist of?
Well, we got a few, Mike, and we're going to hit on everything. We're going to hit on the Birds. We're going to hit on the Phillies. We're going to hit on the Sixers. I got a lot of Nuggets for you today regarding all these teams we got to talk about here in Philadelphia. But first, I want to start with the Eagles, Mike. And there was an interesting story that came out from Jay Glazer on his podcast. And it was something to do with Jalen Hurts. And this is nugget number one. During the bye week, it was an interesting story. Brandon Graham and Big Dom went to Jalen Hurts' house and told him he needed to connect with his teammates more. This was during the bye week. This is new reporting. We never heard this before. This is per Jay Glazer. And then he met with Sirianni multiple times, according to Glazer. The offensive line as well. So this is new stuff coming out from the bye week. Remember, we heard about the offensive line going into Sirianni's office. Now we're hearing stories about Jalen Hurts taking more of a leadership role to connect with his teammates. Remember, we all see him on the sideline. He looks mopey sometimes. He looks just very locked in, not really talking to anybody. This is now a report where Jalen Hurts, it's backing him up that he has connected more with his teammates than he has, I guess, before. And it's because of Big Dom and Brandon Graham, the guy who kind of started this whole stir with A.J. Brown and Jalen Hurts this past week.
So Brandon Graham has essentially become the assistant Big Dom, is what you're saying?
I guess they went together. So Brandon Graham, I don't know what kind of role he's going to have after he's done playing, but he is part of the reason that Jalen Hurts is, connected more with his teammates beforehand, and he's part of the reason the whole drama happened last week. So you got to give a lot of credit to Brandon Graham for his play and what he's doing off the field with Jalen Hurts.
Yeah, well, listen, if Brandon Graham, he said he apologized for having to start this mess to begin with. And listen, the one big thing with Brandon Graham that we know is he is very well respected, and he is a very positive guy. So I can certainly see Graham. We saw the whole interaction between him and Tom Brady. He was almost, I don't want to say in awe of Brady, but you could tell that he respects Brady so much that he just wanted to go up and say hello. And Brady had this adulation and respect for him. So he's a very well-respected guy. Think about this. I don't think, because he's not like a Hall of Fame player, right? He's not Reggie White, or he's not like a Hall of Fame level player in the history of the game, but he has the biggest play in the history of this franchise, and he holds a tremendous amount of, weight in terms of what his word means. So I think the fact that he is getting involved in this, even though he's out, shows you how important he thinks this is and how good he thinks this team can be.
Yeah, and the fact they went to Hurts' house during the bye week. This wasn't just like a locker room meeting or going over to him, hey, maybe you should go talk to the guys more, try and connect with your teammates a little bit better. No, they went to his house, and the fact he brought Big Dom along with them, and they both went, I guess they had dinner, who knows, but they went to Jalen's house, and it seems like Jalen took that to heart. And you could tell the way they've been playing. I mean, that bye week was massive for this team. Remember, we talked about how early in the year that bye week was, and maybe that could hurt them later on in the season. You never know. That bye week has proved to be one of the most important bye weeks, maybe in Eagles history at this point, Mike, with all the meetings, the rehashing that was going on during that time. That was a massive turning point in this season, and they've won 10 straight because of everything that happened and how they reset after that bye.
So, by the way, Josh is, we found the audio of Jay Glazer. He's working on getting that, so maybe we could play some of that audio here in just a couple minutes. But, so this all happened during the bye week, or it happened after? When did this happen again?
This was, according to Glazer, it was during the bye week. Big Dom, BG went to Jalen Hurts' house and said, hey, you got to start connecting more with your teammates a little bit more. Remember, the way they started the season, 2-2, it was a disaster. And now, I mean, we had the offensive line meeting that came out in reporting weeks ago with Sirianni. Now we have the reporting that Big Dom, BG, Jalen Hurts, he goes, meets with Sirianni more so, and the offensive line, and they get all on the same page. That's why I think this was kind of so much, even though BG and AJ left it up for interpretation, and then the comments from Brandon Graham last week kind of blew this thing up, and then the media just took it and ran with it, as well as the fan base. I think they were kind of laughing at this like, man, we were dumb to say things like that. We are trying to win a lot of football games here, even though they're all on the same page.
Yeah, and, I said this many times, and it's not a knock on Hurts. It's not that I don't like Hurts. I just said he just is not the warmest guy. He's just not a guy that you're almost afraid, or like you can never tell. Now, behind closed doors, it could be cool. I've seen him smile. I've seen him kind of laugh and be jokey in interviews at times. But, man, he just seems like a really hard guy to connect with.
Yeah, he's very stoic on the sideline. No expression, nothing. He's not like Brady, who's going to get in your face on the sideline. I feel like that's what so many people want him to do, is show the emotion, because everyone else is emotional. But then we complain when Sirianni gets emotional on the sideline because he's the head coach. So it's like it's yin and yang here. Like, what do you want? Like, you got both of them. You have one head coach who has a lot of emotions. It's like, I wonder if they were reversed, if it'd be a different story.
Yeah. Well, listen, if we look back at stories, this could be one that we look back and say this was a turning point.
Yeah, it very well could be. That bye week, I mean, that could be the story of the season, depending on how far they go. All right, I'm moving along to nugget number 2, Mike. And you and I were going back and forth on the X platform yesterday, by the way. You can check us out on the X platform, hashtag SB Live. We're streaming on there as well. Ranger Suarez hires a new agent. I heard you talking about it in the 3 o'clock hour today, Mike. Wow. I am going to lay down a take for you. I am with you now. They must trade Ranger Suarez now. They have to trade him. There is no ifs, ands, or buts. I think they should trade Ranger Suarez more than Alec Bohm, because there's been less reporting and less rumors about Ranger Suarez than Alec Bohm. I know Ken Rosenthal came out with a report that he doesn't expect Bohm to be with the Phillies at the beginning of the year. We'll see. They can't get anything for him anyway. Ranger is the real value piece here. And they signed Christopher Sanchez to the extension. They have Andrew Painter. They've been interested in starting pitching around. Plus, they have Wheeler, Nola. They're in good shape. They move on from Ranger. You can get a lot of value for him, because it does not seem like he will re-sign here. He's with Scott Boras. The Phillies probably would have already tried to re-sign him or re-signed him in the past if they wanted to keep him. I don't expect Ranger Suarez to be on this roster before opening day. I think he gets moved before Alec Bohm, and he should get moved before Alec Bohm.
Going to be tough. I don't know that anybody's going to want to take on the guy now that he's a free agent and just signed a deal to be represented by Scott Boras. Especially if you're a mid-market team, now you know you have to pay him to get him. So I don't know that happens. I think what ends up more likely happening is the Phillies possibly, now this will be an interesting situation. Do they hold on to him, use him as a trade piece at the deadline? But most of the time, that's a contending team. Do you want to trade Ranger Suarez to a contending team to help them possibly catch or beat you? But if the Phillies look at this and say, do we want to pay Ranger Suarez? We've already paid Wheeler, Nola, Sanchez. We have Painter. We're still paying Walker for 2 more years, by the way. So where's the money for Ranger Suarez? I don't know that the Phillies want to pay it, but I don't think another team wants to pay it either. Makes it a tough sell to try to trade him.
It is, but you can still get value for him rather than just let him walk for no reason. If you trade him, you can get at least something back. Maybe you get a bullpen piece. You get a couple of decent prospects, young players to replenish your farm system a little bit. As guys get older, you have some guys coming up, but I feel like Ranger right now would be the most value at this time. You can get rid of them, move on from them, and go in with a fresh slate. But listen, they want to start Andrew Painter this year. Andrew Painter, they expect to be in the big leagues, whether it's at the start of the season or a couple months in. They expect Andrew Painter to be a contributor this year. So that's kind of pushing Ranger on the way out because they have the fifth spot. Walker, as much as everyone can't stand it, he will still be a Philadelphia Philly at this point because he has no value. Ranger, you can get something back for. Maybe you package him with Bowman something. We've talked about that before. That might be the most ideal situation if you package both of them together and ship them off.
Yeah, Walker, I can't. I mean, any conversation where Walker comes in, the phone gets hung up on you. So anybody who's trying to keep – I get people texting all the time, include Walker in a deal. Walker has 2 years left on that deal. It's not that he only has one. He has 2 years left on that deal. So no one wants to get stuck, paying him for 2 seasons to basically and potentially not even play. It's one thing if you think that he can pitch. It's one thing if you think you can bring him over there and that he can give you some innings. Last year, he couldn't even eat innings for you.
Yeah, and by the way, Mike, little breaking news from Jeff Passan. There's a trade. Cody Bellinger is going to the New York Yankees in a trade from the Cubs. So that's another name off the market the Phillies have been linked to in years past multiple times. Another outfielder out there. He is now off the market. He is traded to the New York Yankees from the Chicago Cubs. So a lot of trades happening, a lot going on, just nothing with the Phillies. They can't get rid of Alec Bohm.
Tough one with Bellinger because he's left-handed. I mean, that's been the problem with him, is him being left-handed and trying to figure out, where he would hit in this lineup and all that stuff. So I don't know that the Phillies this particular offseason, and by the way, he didn't have a great year last year coming off the really big year he had the year before.
Yeah, so he moves to the New York Yankees. Phillies still have not made a trade or haven't really done anything this semester regarding their big-time players. We'll see how it shakes out. All right. Nugget number 3, moving along to the 76ers. And, Mike, I think this was unfair from Stephen A. Smith today. He likened Joel Embiid to Ben Simmons with his attitude, the way he's been playing this year. Now, I mean, the guy's been hurt. He just got hit in the face. I mean, this has just been a disaster season to start, to say the least. We know that. But to liken Joel Embiid to Ben Simmons on First Take, I think that's very unfair, Mike. I don't think that's fair at all to liken the situation with Ben Simmons and his attitude towards the team towards the end of the whole thing to what Embiid's doing right now. I don't think that's a fair comparison at all because Embiid, listen, he will try and play through anything. He plays hard. I just totally disagree with that sentiment whatsoever.
Yeah, I mean, the Ben Simmons, when Embiid plays, he's still a dominant player. His availability is more the problem than becoming. I mean, Ben Simmons provides no production at all some nights. Now, I mean, he does little things that you don't really, people don't value, like his rebounding. He's still a pretty good assist man. I think one of the things he does is, he runs the break really well, but he's nowhere near the same player that he was in Philadelphia. When Joel Embiid's on the court, I don't know if his context, I didn't hear the context of this. Was it that the fans are turning on him or that they're just like apathetic towards him or they want to move on or they want to change?
The way he
or was he talking about him as a player?
He was talking about him as a player, that he's getting close to that Ben Simmons situation. That's what he was doing. He was saying it's getting close to the Ben Simmons situation with the attitude that Joel Embiid has played, saying he's not giving full effort. I just don't agree with that. I don't agree with that whatsoever, Mike. I mean, the guy gives effort when he's out there. It's obvious. He's trying to be out there. He's hurt. He's playing on one leg. His knee is swelling almost every other day, it feels like. And then he gets smacked in the face. It's just unlucky. And he's talked about being frustrated because of the injuries, because of the problems. And Stephen A's trying to liken it. Well, he looked really happy in the Olympics, et cetera. And then all of a sudden he comes in and he's hurt with the Sixers. I just think it's a bad comp to compare anything to what happened with Ben Simmons here in Philly.
Yeah, I mean, Ben, obviously had whatever issues that he had. It just went completely off the rails, and he has never really bounced back from it. Joel has been hurt constantly, but when he is recovered from the injury, he is back on the court performing. I mean, he's not like he goes out there and gives you 8 points a game. He scored 38 points a game, or, there is no difference in his play pre and post injuries, which is kind of crazy when you think about it. Some guys get hurt and they start to diminish a little bit on the court. Hasn't happened to Joel.
Yeah, I'm not tired of Joel. Like, I can't, like, the attitude thing, I don't have a problem with what he's just been hurt. And I could see why that would be so frustrating. The guy's trying to be out there. He is. I mean, he's talked about it multiple times, why he's frustrated, why he seems like he's been in a down mood, whatever. It's because of the injuries that he has sustained. It's been so many. It's been so great. I mean, you can't really do anything about it. I think that was a little unfair to throw shade into the Ben Simmons conversation with Joel Embiid.
Yeah,
but
anything pulling Embiid and Simmons
Not
together
fair.
and comparing them there, I don't think that's
not fair at all. All right, Mike. 3-pack of nuggets for you today. Hit on the Sixers. We hit on the Birds. We hit on the Phillies. Lots going on in this town, as usual.
All right, real quick, we do have that Jay Glazer audio. Let's quickly play that before we get out of here on this edition of Knicks Nuggets. Here we go.
The thing that nobody knows, and this is a credit to Jalen, is in the bye week, Brandon Graham actually with Big Dom went to his house and said, we need to kind of connect more with everybody here. Right, as a quarterback, you can kind of get lost in that. There's so much other stuff you got to do. And he went out of his way. He met with the offensive line, connected. He met with Sirianni like several times. He went out of his way with Graham, with everybody, to connect with them more, saying, okay, I understand there's more to the quarterback position than me just sitting here with the game plan.
So there you go. That was Jay Glazer of Fox saying that he had Big Dom and Brandon Graham say to him, you got to connect with the coach, by the way. You got to connect with Coach. That tells you how much Big Dom and Brandon Graham also respect Sirianni.
I'll tell you what, how important is Big Dom to this organization?
Big time. Well, he got a raise. He got a new title. He got the whole 9 yards.
Oh, man, him and BJ.
All right, there's the Nuggets for today.
All right, I'll talk to you tomorrow, Mike. I'll see you tomorrow, by the way.
He's going to be filling in for Josh tomorrow, producing. That was a good nugget that you found there.
You're welcome. That's how we do it on Knicks Nuggets.
Good nugget. Knicks Nuggets are always brought to you by the Ocean Casino's fantastic Fanatics Sportsbook, which you can check out every Monday when we're there live or anytime. The Fanatics Sportsbook at Ocean Casino Resort in Atlantic City. This hour of the show is brought to you by Jersey Cow, a great place for the family to hang out and eat ice cream. Jersey Cow ice cream is a year-round thing. They're open every day from noon to 10 in Northfield and in Brigantine. Ice cream is a year-round thing at Jersey Cow. When we come back, one thought every game. We're running out of weeks. We're going to get what every game meant this week to the playoffs. Casey Joyner from The Athletic is next. That was Chase Daniel on the Scoop City podcast, part of The Athletic. And, of course, Casey Joyner from The Athletic is here on the Sports Bash Live. Chase Daniel said it's the best he's seen him sling it all year. Did they do anything different? What was different about this game from the game against Carolina and others this season? Casey Joyner joins us now. One thought every game, and of course we take a little deeper look at the Eagles' win over Pittsburgh, but we all saw it. It was a different Jalen Hurts this week. Now, it's not one that we haven't seen before, but we haven't seen him much this season. What did you observe about Jalen Hurts in the game on Sunday?
Well, I'm looking at some of the numbers right now to go back this up a little bit. Look, the Eagles threw the ball a ton. I mean, threw about 32 times. They ran the ball 42 times. It's not like, Pittsburgh only had 17 rush attempts and 14 pass attempts. So the Eagles played a lot of, we're going to keep the ball away from you. But it wasn't like they were throwing a bunch of vertical passes, not like they were putting the ball downfield. They just said, hey, we're going to go with the high percentage dink and dunk stuff. 4-7 on vertical passes, 12 yards per attempt. That's pretty good. But then when you take it and flip it over and say, how do you do on short passes? And look at Jalen Hurts' numbers on short passes. 21 of 25 for 206 yards, 8.2 yards per attempt, 2 touchdowns, 127.7 passer rating. Those are fantastic, phenomenal numbers. And I think it's them saying, the idea of, hey, we're going to get vertical work. That's the thing. Usually the Eagles, we're going to run the ball. We're going to do vertical counter passing. Now they've shown that, you know what, if we want to do this dink and dunk passing, we can still do it. Sirianni's like, look, we can still play call it. Hurts can still throw it. We got the receiving core to do it. It's a dangerous thing because it's not something they've been doing all year. And to be able to say, when it gets Pittsburgh, a really good team against the run, and we're going to go ahead and say, look, we're still going to run the ball plenty, 42 times, a lot of times run the ball, but we're also going to be able to put the ball in the air and do high percentage passing. That's got to scare the rest of the NFL if you're looking to try and go to the Super Bowl, because the Eagles can do all three things. What do you do on defense to stop this offense?
Yeah, what do you do? Is this something that this is a team that's run the ball pretty dominantly? Do you get away from that? Do you mix it? How do you kind of balance this Eagles offense with the personnel they have and what we've seen they can now achieve?
Well, the thing is, let's look at another related metric to this. Looking at some things on True Media, when it comes to if you want to stop the run against the Eagles, one of the most popular things for teams to do when you want to stop the run is, okay, roll the safety down. We're going to play single high coverage, just one safety deep, middle of the field. We're not going to let you throw that way. We're going to have one guy that way. And somebody overhang in the box, whatever it is, somebody who's not in deep coverage. Well, the Eagles threw against that 11 times. It's single high coverage against him. Jalen Hurts against single high coverage, 10 of 11 for 117 yards, 10.6 yards per attempt. You got to know if you're Pittsburgh when he's doing that. He's doing it all game, but you got to know when he's doing that. And he's going, okay, look, we're going to roll the safety down. And then Hurts goes out and says, okay, you roll the safety down. I'm just going to throw against him. We're going to, over 10 yards per attempt when I do it. And I'm going to complete, 90+% of my passes. If you're the Steelers, and Steelers are a really good defense, like, okay, we can't roll the safety down to the box. We got to sit up too high. And the minute we do that, they're going to run the football. It's, again, if you're a defense, what do you do against these guys? I really don't know. You have to, you want to try and get into shootout mode, but you can't because the Eagles have such a strong defense. So it was surprising to see them throw as much as they did, but to be able to add that in, it shows that Sirianni, I think, has known I can do this if I want, but I'm going to save this for when I need it.
Yeah, and obviously you have an offense that is multidimensional when they throw the ball. They have been really fixated on running the football here. A.J. Brown got a season high in targets. He blew up, and it was easy stuff, Casey. Little slants, quick stuff. Just get him the ball and let him kind of do his work. But then they got Devontae Smith involved as well. So I'm interested to see, is there more here? Can this offense, can this passing game continue to grow?
One thing that's interesting is if you filter for short passes, in the red zone, you say, okay, when they go to the red zone, okay, we filter for passes in the red zone. The Eagles, when they got to the red zone, they're still running about 15 times, only getting 14 yards per carry, 14 yards not per carry, 14 rushing yards total on those 15 plays in the red zone. So they got in close. They couldn't run the ball very well. And Hurts is 4 or 5 for 37 yards, 7.4 yards per attempt, 2 touchdown passes. So he throws 5 passes and gets 2 touchdowns inside the red zone. So I think it's one of those things where the Eagles, even when they got close, the Steelers started to slow them down against the run. The Eagles said, fine, we can throw the ball in close too. Again, it's one of those things where they say as coaches, do you have the answer to whatever the other team does? If you're going to run the ball, if they're going to try and stop the run, can you pass the ball? If they're going to try and stop the pass, can you run the ball? If they're going to rush the passer, can you throw a screen pass? If they're going to drop into coverage, can you run draws? All these different things. Do you have answers to what they could do? And you just keep looking. It's like the Steelers are not the best defense in the league. They're top 10. You could argue that they're top 8, maybe top 5 if on a good day. And to be able to say, look, we could throw in the red zone. We could run plenty of times against you. You couldn't stop a run entirely. You could slow it down, but you couldn't stop it. We could throw dink and dunk passes. We could still throw vertical passes, and we do a great success. It's like the Steelers. If the Steelers look at this game going defensively, we really didn't stop anything. They didn't have a dominant game, but we really didn't stop anything. It's got to be really frustrating. And there's not many defenses, like I said, better than the Steelers right now, and some of them might not make the playoffs.
Casey Joyner, one thought every game. Let's talk about the Eagles' defense and what they did. The Steelers rushed for 56 yards, the fewest in a game this season. They dominated them on all facets of the game. They had under 200 total yards in the game.
Yeah, they did. And the idea that they couldn't do, like you said, they couldn't do a thing. I'm looking at, we talk about the Eagles run when the Steelers ran single high, what the Eagles were able to do. When the Eagles ran single high, Russell Wilson, 5 of 11 for 53 yards, 4.8 yards per attempt. I mean, those are just atrocious numbers. Look, we're going to sit back and we're trying to stop the run and we're going to put an extra guy in the box and you're trying to throw the ball and you still can't do it. And Russell Wilson in vertical passes, only 4 vertical pass attempts, completed 2 for 46 yards. It's good numbers, but no touchdowns, no real big plays out of it. Nothing, no touchdown passes. So it's one of those where, look, they said, Steelers, we're going to sit here and we're going to try and stop your run again. We're going to schematically do it. We're still just going to sit back, and the Steelers still couldn't do it. I got to give the Steelers a little bit of a, I don't say a pass, but I got to give them a little bit of some credit on this, or at least say, hey, maybe this isn't the Steelers team you see. If they have Pickens, if he's healthy, might be a different team. But look, you got to find a way to win without those guys. The Eagles had to win without Devontae Smith, and they did it. So if you're the Steelers, it's a, hey, I don't want to. If you're the Steelers, you wouldn't want to see these guys in the Super Bowl because the Eagles had, like I said, the Steelers didn't have answers to the Philadelphia Eagles questions.
163 yards of total offense for Pittsburgh. It's the lowest number since week 2 of 2010. They had 127 yards against the Tennessee Titans. Who knows what we were doing back in 2010, but 163 yards of total offense by the Pittsburgh Steelers. Yeah, you're right. No Pickens in the game. And, you'd like to think that Quinyon Mitchell, who right now is the favorite to win the Defensive Rookie of the Year, would say, You got Pickens? I got the challenge right here. I mean, so, yeah, I totally get that. But, man, it was a dominating effort by the defense. I thought it set the tone right off the bat, Casey, too. The 3-and-outs, bang, bang, bang to start that game. It almost like – Pittsburgh had no answer. Now, the Eagles fumbled the ball twice within a 20-second span that allowed Pittsburgh to kind of hang, but they never really felt like they could get anything going offensively.
Yeah, it is demoralizing to start the game like that. And again, the Eagles have their issues, but you knew at that point, okay, the Eagles are still doing they're getting a lot of things done, and the Steelers weren't. And I think it's one of those things where the Eagles just said, and that's the funny thing. If you've got Pickens and he's out, you're going to roll that safety down and things, and if you're the Steelers, that's going to be the case. You better have an answer for it. Again, they didn't have an answer for it, and the Eagles just said, we're going to keep doing this. But it's not just rolling the safety down. It's all the different things that they do with their fronts, and they're going to try and confuse things. We're going to try and give you different looks. We're going to make you think you see things that you don't see. And like I said, the Steelers still have some really talented players. Not like Pickens is their entire offense. And mind you, they got a touchdown pass to Fryer, they got him back in there. But I do say for the Steelers, though, they've got some talent, other talented players. But if your receiving core is Calvin Austin, Van Jefferson, Mike Williams, if that's the guys you're going to be throwing the ball to and you're trying to do it against the Eagles, yeah, you might have these sorts of struggles. I think the Eagles defense exposed the Steelers offense for being they can do good in certain situations at certain times, but if you're a multifaceted defense and you can say, look, we could take away certain things schematically, and can you go to plan B and plan C? The Steelers really can't do that. And again, to be able to say you can do that on paper is one thing, but the Eagles went out there and did it physically to the Steelers and said, hey, we can take these things away from you. And it's still an impressive win, but it also exposes a lot of the Steelers' weaknesses.
Okay, one thought. Every game, we are in the books. 15 weeks are in the books. We have 3 teams at 12-2 in the NFC. One of them won their 7th consecutive game last night by beating the Bears 30-12. The Minnesota Vikings, the 12th win for Minnesota this year. It's tied for the second most through 14 games in franchise history. They went 15 and won a couple of years. Well, not a couple. 1998 now. And that team came up short. They had a 13-win season that came up short. Where does this team sit on the pecking order?
Yeah, and also you got to think of the great Bud Grant teams back in the '70s. I mean, this year this team is doing it has a record that keeps up with those guys too. That's saying something. Those teams made a lot of Super Bowls. The thing is, the defense is great, and their defense does a fantastic job. But here's the thing of Vikings. The thing that stands out to me in this game, Vikings 4.6 yards per play on offense. Not very good. They held the Bears to 4.5 yards per play on offense. They do that, and they still get a dominating win, which means they're still playing situational football better than other teams. They're still doing a lot of things. They do a lot of things right. The Flores combination on defense and such, it's really strong. So, I mean, I won't be surprised to see the Vikings win the NFC North.
Atlanta holds off the Raiders in an awful game to watch. Kirk Cousins, though, the struggles continue. He threw an interception in his fifth straight game, tying the longest streak of his career. He did throw a touchdown for the first time since week 9. They win 15-9. Ugly game in this one.
Yeah, and if you look at, I was just watching a Falcons game for a couple weeks ago, and there was one play where they called outside zone, and all the blockers blocked to the left, and the running back and the quarterback went to the right, and I'm like, that's not the way you run outside zone. There's more to this. I mean, I think the problems are deeper than just Cousins and how he feels rattled in the pocket. It's like, these guys, this offense is playing really poorly. If it isn't for Bijan Robinson, the Falcons aren't in playoff contention because Bijan Robinson, he's getting no attention for the MVP, and yet he is as important to. We talk about Tua for the Dolphins and things. Bijan is as important for this offense as any player is for any team in the league right now.
One thought every game. We've got the Ravens 35, Giants 14, Lamar Jackson 21 of 25, 290, 5 touchdowns. He had more touchdowns than he had incompletions. The Giants' ineptitude continues.
Yeah, the Giants. I mean, hey, look, you don't want to ever think a team is tanking. I don't think the Giants are tanking. They still, you got Malik Neighbors still catching 10 passes 8 yards. He certainly isn't, and you're doing your best. But you got Boyle and DeVito as your quarterbacks. I mean, it's not good enough. You cannot let your quarterback talent level get that low, and the Giants have. I mean, they need to do a complete reboot, and it's something because I think if you put Dable on a team with a good talent base, he's a guy who's shown he can play call pretty well, but nobody, I don't care. You could get Andy Reid these guys, and he couldn't get wins out of them.
One thought every game, Andy Reid's team 21-7. The Browns are making a quarterback change. Mahomes had to leave the game. The passing game struggled to get anything going. They couldn't keep him upright. He was removed due to an ankle injury. Apparently, he did practice in full today, did Patrick Mahomes, but the Browns, by the way, they're making a quarterback change. They lose 21-7, but the Chiefs, again, not looking like a well-oiled machine here.
They aren't. They haven't all year, and that's the thing. If you look through NFL history, you see these teams that get all these great wins on these great records. If you're not playing well heading into the playoffs, it's not. You don't go to the Super Bowl. I mean, if you go through all kinds of great teams like this, so I'm looking at the Chiefs going, yeah, you guys look like one of those teams. You're winning in spite of yourself. And mind you, I mean, Jameis Winston, they're just, hey, look. You can live at 3 interceptions when he throws for 490 plus yards. You can't when he throws for 146 and 25 passes. And it's finally, that's why Jameis Winston is a backup quarterback. You want to get him out there for a couple, 3 games, and that's it. You can't have him as your starter.
One thought every game. One guy you might want as your starter is Jaden Daniels, 20-19. But this was closer than it needed to be. It came down to a 2-point conversion. Jaden Daniels, 24-28, though. 220 yards, 2 touchdowns, first career with multiple touchdown passes. The Saints didn't send a lot of pressure, or, Daniels handled this game miraculously here, but it came down to the final play.
Yeah, and a final play that probably shouldn't have happened if the clock would have run. Why that clock stopped near the end of that game, we're like, okay, that doesn't smell right. That's a bad thing. Let's call it an honest mistake, but it's one of those where they shouldn't have had the time that they had. But if you're Washington, I mean, you're glad you get out of there, but now it's like, okay, you got the miracle play against Chicago. You got this miracle win, or this win that you could have easily lost. You could have, this could be easily, you could be 7-7 right now. So that they're 9-5 is great, and Daniels is playing really well. But again, if you're the Commanders, you shouldn't be letting the Saints get the game this close. When you get up 20-7, you got to close that thing out, and they didn't. I get the sense that they're kind of running out of gas. They say rookies hit the wall all the time. Belichick said a few weeks ago they always hit the wall. It's just a matter of when and how hard. I still think Daniels is somewhat hitting the wall, even though he's playing pretty well.
All right, one thought every game. You got Texans 20, Dolphins 12. This might end the playoffs for Dolphins. Texans needed, they're kind of under the radar here. It feels like no one's buying into this Texas team. They forced a career-high 4 turnovers on Tua, 3 picks, a fumble. Dolphins lose. Their playoff hopes look like they're slim.
Yeah, the Texans are pretty good on defense, and they have had these sorts of games. I mean, when they did Detroit, they got a bunch of turnovers there too. They're a streaky team, and the Dolphins, you can only go so long with being just a really pass heavy team. I mean, Achane only had 12 carries, Mostert had 6. They only had 52 yards on the ground in the whole game, so they can only get away with that for so long. And Houston basically said, look, if you're going to do that, if you're going to sit back and just be pass first team, we're just going to play a bunch of pass coverages, and we're going to go for picks because we think we can get them. And Miami's got to develop a second punch. But again, if Houston gets streaky, you get streaky for a couple games, suddenly you might end up with the conference championship. So yeah, Houston is dangerous.
One thought, every game, Jets 32, Jags 25, 0 catches in the first half. I played against him in fantasy, and then I looked at it and said, this guy had 48 points against me. Devontae Adams, 9 catches, 198, 2 touchdowns, all in the second half. Jets win.
Yeah, I had the same thing happen with that. I thought I was just so frustrated. Like, I can't believe this. I was heading for a win, and then suddenly, out of the playoffs in that league. Yuck. That's, again, Rodgers can do that to you, and Rodgers has been playing pretty well, comparatively speaking. And again, he's streaky. It's one of those things where you're a 41-year-old quarterback. Sometimes you get a good game, sometimes you get a bad. He's kind of banged up and things. So, but the Jags are not the kind of team they're going to test him, and still they almost won the game. And you got to give them credit and things. But Hall's banged up, and I think the Jets, they're not doing much. In the last 3 games, they need to split the carries like they did between Hall Davis and Allen. That's what they need to do. But if you're the Jaguars, I mean, hey, look, you know what you do? You got Brenton Strange. You got a tight end to pair with Evan Ingram. So at least you get one thing out of it.
Casey Joyner, one thought every game here on the Sports Bash Live 97.3 ESPN. And, of course, we're taking a look at all the Week 15 action. Let's go to Dallas and the Panthers. Micah Parsons, they got after Bryce Young in the second half. 50% of his dropbacks, they got pressured. They sacked him 6 times in the game. Dallas wins again.
If Micah he can be an inconsistent player. By that, I mean, you can get him to make mistakes, especially against the run. If you look at the tape and think he does many things like, wow, he tries to freelance and does things he shouldn't do. But if you can just tell him, look, go get the quarterback. Don't just like that old Bill Cowher thing where he told Greg Lover to just rush the quarterback. I don't care what else you do. Just rush, do whatever you do to rush the quarterback. That's what you have to do, and that's what he did. And the thing is, if you're Dallas, you said, look, we're going to go ahead and get some pass rush on Bryce. He's small. I think he feels the pass rush, and we're going to see if that affects him. And it did. And mind you, it forced it because the Cowboys could get to a big lead. It protected their defense. Chuba Hubbard had a fantastic looking matchup, but he gets 10 carries for 32 yards. So give the Cowboys credit for being really aggressive. And I keep coming back to maybe Mike McCarthy should keep his job the way this team has been playing. I mean, you get him healthy next year, we'll see what happens.
One thought every game. Let's go to one of the games of the weekend. Bills-Lions 48-42. The story, the quarterbacks had a huge game, but the Bills had 197 yards rushing, 4 rushing touchdowns, both the highest totals allowed by the Lions defense. Are we starting to see the battle of attrition, the Lions losing that battle?
McNeil getting hurt. Carlton, he's out for the year, I guess. Carlton Davis, he had a concussion and a broken jaw, and he's out for 6 weeks. Montgomery's out for the year. Yeah, I think that the attrition has finally started to catch up with the Lions. Although I got to give Campbell credit. Evidently, he's basically telling the Lions, hey, look, we're banged up and things. Well, we ought to not give up 48 points. I mean, we're getting a little fat-headed about things. You got to be real careful how he navigates that because you don't really push too hard against a banged-up team. I mean, there's only so much you can do, especially when you're facing a Bills team that's got – Allen's got the MVP pretty much wrapped up. So give the Bills credit for doing what they do. But the Bills, you can't keep getting in these shootout games. I mean, you can get away with it at times, and Allen plays well. But if you go up and you try to get in that shootout wood, if they played the Eagles in the Super Bowl, let's say, that's a very low percentage play. So they better figure a way to shore up their defense because this is a defense that's starting to look weak.
One thought, every game, Bucs-Chargers, 40-17. The Bucs, this Charger defense had been pretty dominant this year. Baker Mayfield, 3 of 4 for 118 yards and 3 touchdowns when he went 20 or more yards down the field. So they took shots down the field, and it worked out.
And they did, and that's what they were doing earlier this year. They did it earlier this year. They had success, and then Godwin and Evans got hurt, and then they said, okay, well, and they couldn't transition to the other vertical game immediately. So they started doing other things and it didn't work. Then Evans gets healthy. They get McMillan, and now Otten's just a counterpunch guy, which he should be. We're really focusing on him heavy. Now they've got McMillan. They can keep that going. That's good. And plus, they've got the 200 running core now. They never should have had White be the full bell cow. And they've got Irving and White splitting carries. That's great for them. So they've got all sorts of these issues. The Chargers, I think that we've seen what the Chargers are. They peaked. You cannot run a Jim Harbaugh offense with Gus Edwards and Vidal. You can't do it. They had 11 carries for 32 yards. You just cannot do that. And until they get a better running game than they have right now, I think they're not going to be able to do it to the offseason. Until they do that, I think the Chargers are going to kind of peak out as maybe a playoff team, one and done.
One thought, every game, Broncos 31, Colts 13. Anthony Richardson, 4 of 13 for 22 yards, an interception, 2 sacks. He had a 32% completion percentage this season when he's blitzed, and the Broncos obliged, 31-13.
And mind you, the Colts defense, look, Nick's been playing really well. They got 3 picks on him. He only has 61 before a pass already. He still got 3 touchdowns, 130 yards. So they played really well, a lot better than I thought they would. But, Taylor dropping that ball before he gets to the end zone. I mean, come on. That's it. That's a play that a pro like him shouldn't make, and he knows it too. And it's going to be something that he won't do that again. But you can't do that once. But you're right, Richardson. The Broncos just said, "Fine, look, we're gonna, if we're gonna try and take away the run against Taylor, we're gonna do what we can there. We're gonna make you throw the one. We do. We're just gonna be as aggressive as we can be because Richardson just, he's just he had one season at Florida. That's it. One season as a starter at Florida, basically. And Parcells has his Parcells rules, for quarterbacks and drafting him. One of the things that he has is that your quarterback has to have played 3 or 4 years as a starter. You have to have you learn some things, got some experience in college because he's like, we don't want to train you as a pro to be a passer. You should learn some of that in college. And Richardson right now he basically, from a playing perspective, he's in his sophomore year, maybe early junior year is what he should be. And so he's playing this badly. Yeah, of course. He's playing against 10 for caliber defenses.
Well, speaking of rookie quarterbacks, Drake May, 17 of 17 on passes, less than 10 yards down the field, but he couldn't do anything deep down the field. It was part of the reasons why the Cardinals win again, 30-17. James Conner, 110 yards and a season best 2 touchdowns on 16 carries. James Conner in the run game leading the Cardinals.
21 scrimmage plays, 138 yards for Conner. That's really good. Murray playing well. He still can't throw great vertically, but he's still hitting some big passes and such. So that's good. And hey, look, the Patriots are just what they are. They're just, they need a lot of talent upgrades and things. And the Cardinals, it showed they had that tough schedule run for 3 weeks there, and they lost 3 straight, but they're still a good team. They need to be able to beat Seattle. They need to make some upgrades, but this is still a team that can make the playoffs and is very much trending upward. If I'm the Cardinals, I'm still feeling good about this year.
One thought every game. The Bengals hanging around on the fringe, 37-27. Joe Burrow, 271 against the Titans. And Jamar Chase and T. Higgins, they get 182 of those 271.
I get worried if I'm the Bengals fans here. My son's a Bengals fan, I should say. I watched the game with them. And Burrow arguing with his head coach, and it looks like he was worried that his head coach was running the score up on his former offensive coordinator. And it's like, okay, Burrow's really unhappy. If you're the Bengals, you get it. And I know they've got some issues, and they got to fix some issues in defense and such. But it's like he's playing at an MVP caliber level, and you just got to be able to do better than this. So if I'm the Bengals, I'm worried about that long term as Joe Burrow. Because if you got a clean house there, okay, you may spend a couple years trying to get back up to speed. That's a big concern for them. And the Titans, I thought the Titans would be able to do better than they did against this team, and they just the Titans are worse than what I thought they were. They're still, they get 27 points, but still, the Titans need a whole revamp too.
All right, final one was the the Sunday night football game. We went over the 2 Monday night games from last night. You had the Packers 30-13. They can clinch a playoff berth with a Falcons loss or tie. They get that, and they beat the Seahawks 30-13. It looked like one team just on a different level than the other.
It did, and the Seahawks just 3.7 yards per play on offense. They don't look. Their defense again. McDonald's got the defense in the right place, and Charbonnet had that one big game, 2 weeks ago, but only got 66 yards. Only had 9 scrimmage plays in this game. Just not enough. And Geno Smith just looks frustrated and looks wore out, and he got banged up too. You look at all those 3 things, and the Packers, by the way, remember the Packers earlier this year were really good at getting a lot of turnovers. They were getting 2 per game, and sometimes 3 or more in game early on. That was a big thing for them. They got 2 in this game. They were looking more like the defense they were earlier this year. Now, if they do that and still play the way they have on offense, okay, this is a team, again, you don't want to see the Packers in the playoffs.
One thought, every game, Casey Joyner from The Athletic. We are ripping through this season, week 15. In the books. Let me get your thought before we get out. Detroit, Minnesota, Philadelphia. If you want to throw Green Bay or anybody else in the NFC triangle, how do you have them through 15 weeks?
I think right now, if I'm looking at it, I think it's going to be Philadelphia, Minnesota in the conference championship. Minnesota's playing that well. Green Bay's playing better, but I still think they've got some weaknesses, and they don't have a Justin Jefferson. They don't have that guy, so that's a big difference for them. Having said that, though, I still think Philadelphia's number one because if I compare them to Minnesota, I know Minnesota's got the big play guys. I go, would I rather have Jalen Hurts or Sam Darnold? As good as Darnold's played this year, I'll take Hurts 7 days a week. So right now, Eagles, in my estimation, the Eagles are the best team in the league right now. If you ask me who I think is going to win the Super Bowl right now, I mean, I don't want to get too far ahead of ourselves here, but right now, I think the Eagles are the favorite.
Wow. All right. 3 weeks to go. Number 1 seed up for grabs. Minnesota is now in play for the 1 seed. If they beat Detroit the final week of the season, if those two teams go all the way through, it's going to be very interesting. Strength of victory or conference record or some sort of wonky tiebreaker could come into play for that. Casey Joyner from The Athletic is back on Thursday when we look at Week 16 of the NFL. Thank you, pal.
Appreciate it, man.
All right, there he goes. Casey Joyner, everybody, here on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app. And, of course, you can watch the show live on the X platform and on YouTube at Mike Gill Show. Subscribe and watch the show on YouTube on your home TV. Casey Joyner on the Sports Bash, brought to you by Cooper University Healthcare. They're doing something extraordinary for families down the shore. Casey's back on Thursday. We give you one thought every game. I got my Bet365 play of the day. I know I picked Minnesota last night. Had them given 7. I think I took them. I want to say I took them, something in the other game. And did I take the under in that game last night? Did I go 3-0 last night? Josh is checking. All right, we got that coming up. When we come back to say Big 3, we'll see what the hot topics are of the day. That's coming up next here on the Sports Bash, live on 97.3 ESPN. All right, 534 Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app. Flyers hockey tomorrow night. That'll be on 97.3 ESPN, followed by the L.A. Bowl. It's the most wonderful time of the year, the bowl season there, Josh. We got bowl season on 97.3 ESPN, including the college football playoffs, which begin on Friday. You got Notre Dame, Indiana Friday. Triple header Saturday. Now, here's what I have a problem with, okay? College football had plenty of time to do the research that the NFL was playing games on Saturday.
Sure.
Why the heck would they schedule their playoff games at the same time as the NFL? They could have been playing. Look, they got bowl games tomorrow night. The L.A. Bowl is tomorrow. There's two games, Boca Raton in the middle of the day and the L.A. Bowl. Tomorrow night you got Thursday night football, so okay, I don't use Thursday night. They're playing Friday night.
One game, though.
One game. So why don't they play, okay, Wednesday would have been a good night for these games.
Sure.
They've all been sitting doing nothing for like 3 weeks.
That's correct.
So these games could have been played whenever.
Absolutely.
So you're going to play them against the NFL on Saturday.
Absolutely.
I feel like this could have been done a lot better.
Well, it's for the same reason that baseball schedules their playoff games in the middle of the NFL season on a Sunday.
Well,
These
that's
people
not fair. They actually did not. They haven't been doing them on Sundays. They've been avoiding Sundays, Major League Baseball. When else are they going to play their playoff games? You want to play them in June?
Well, no, there were a couple of Sundays they played this year. They could have avoided it.
Not in like the bigger rounds, I don't think.
I feel pretty comfortable. The Phillies played on the week the Eagles did not play on a Sunday.
Yes, that was in
This year. Because we aired the game on 97.3 ESPN.
They've done a better job, baseball, avoiding going on. I mean, listen, you can't control when your playoffs are. I mean, baseball, you have to play every day virtually. I mean, you can't take days off, so I can't blame them as much. College football has been off. They're not playing games. They haven't had the regular season ended 2 weeks ago, maybe 3 weeks ago for some of these teams. You don't have to play Saturday. You could have played these. They would have owned the night tonight. I mean, the NBA Cup's tonight. You think anybody gives a flying flip about the NBA Cup? You could have played 2 games tonight and 2 games tomorrow night and had your 4 games right there. You would have owned Tuesday night. You would have owned Wednesday night. Now, the problem with, the games are on. The NBA Cup is on ESPN, ABC, so you probably couldn't get them to agree.
No, but to your original point before, there's still Wednesday night, and there's only one game Friday.
Well, you know what, though? They could have played there's 2 games that are on TNT. They could have been tonight against the NBA Cup.
There you go.
And then the 2 ESPN games could have been tomorrow.
Backroom deal between the NBA and college football?
Possible.
Or is it because ESPN has so much control of all this?
Well, that's a possibility, too, that, but I don't understand. Like, if ESPN, by the way, they gave the games to TNT.
Right.
So they said, and ESPN is producing the games, and it's their broadcasters. But the games are going to be on TNT television.
Correct.
This was part of some wonky deal that happened. I don't know. I mean, as a college football fan, I feel that they are going to get completely lost in the sauce.
By the way, yes, the Phillies did play the Mets. They won 7-6 on October 6th. There were 2 playoff baseball games.
I'm not saying that they haven't, but I think they've done a much better job of avoiding the bigger games like the World Series. They don't play on Sundays. That's what I'm talking about, like the bigger games. Yeah, early in the thing, you have to play. At some point, you have to get the games moving. You can't take days off.
Well, like for example, I hated when the WNBA had their finals games.
I talked about that on my Last Word on Sports Media podcast. Why are you going up against the NFL in any capacity? You're playing
any
Sundays,
capacity,
right? Any sport that has anything, I'm not scheduling on a Sunday or Saturday in this case. Now I get college football owns Saturdays generally. Not at this stage of the year, you don't. But you're not tied to having to play on a Saturday here. the college football playoff is January the 20th. You could have structured it where you played Tuesday, Wednesday. The winners go and play, when are the quarters?
The quarters? I'll pull that up.
They're next Saturday, right? The 28th?
It's actually not. I don't think it's Saturday now. I think it's actually,
No, that's
New Year's Day.
Right. They're like New Year's Day. So
that's a Wednesday, right?
Yes. The college football playoffs are on New Year's Eve is 1 game, and New Year's Day is 3 games. So you could have essentially played these games
Tuesday, Wednesday, Tuesday, Wednesday.
Either Tuesday, Wednesday of this week, or if you wanted to, you could have probably played Tuesday and played all 4 games on Christmas Eve. That would have been something that's pretty
That
good.
would have been nice.
Yep.
Right now, all we got is the Hawaii Bowl.
Yeah, that Christmas Eve has one sport. To me, Christmas Eve should be one of the biggest sporting events days of the year.
I never understood why college basketball could have like 20 games on Thanksgiving, and we have almost nothing on Christmas Eve.
We have nothing on Christmas Eve, and Christmas Day, there's no real college stuff either. Now, Friday, you have Notre Dame, Indiana for the college football playoff this week.
Right.
Now, they have the Cure Bowl, the Gasparilla Bowl, and the college football playoffs. It's a Friday, so I don't think you could do 4 games all day on Friday because then they would have got lost in the sauce. People are still working.
Right.
But the college football game being on Friday night, I think that game's going to do really well.
I think that the idea that the Christmas Eve game for some of these would have been amazing.
Anything is better than playing on Saturday up against the NFL. And it's not like the NFL announced their Saturday games for next weekend. They're horrible.
Right.
This weekend, you've got the
Chiefs.
Texans and the Chiefs and the Steelers and the Ravens.
By the way, Mahomes practiced today.
Yeah, I saw that. He practiced in full.
So no Carson Wentz on Saturday.
That's a bummer. I would like to see Carson Wentz.
I was kind of hoping we got a little Carson Wentz action.
Would have been kind of neat.
Just to see, does Andy Reid still have the magic?
That's what I want to see. Can Andy Reid make because like in perfect Andy Reid fashion, he would play Carson Wentz for 2 games,
and then
he would play really well and then trade him for a first-round pick.
That's exactly what I said last night on game night. I was telling Andy McNamara, I said, this is the Andy Reid move. You play the backup quarterback just enough for people to think he's still good, and then you trade him for a second or third-round pick.
They did it with Kevin Cobb. He played
A.J.
2
Feely.
games. He ends up getting, amazing. They trade him. A.J. Feely, yeah. I mean, there was a bunch of these guys. They played him in very small sample size. They succeeded, and then they got rid of him. But, I'm looking at this schedule, and I want to watch the college football playoffs, but I'm not going to watch Tennessee, Ohio State as the night game, so that game will be a standalone. The other 2 games that are up against the NFL. So which ones are you going to go with? So it is
Penn
Houston,
State.
It's Penn State,
SMU
up against
the Chiefs Texans.
The Chiefs Texans.
Now the thing is, Penn State game starts first.
It does start at noon.
So there is a little bit of a way to work around it.
It starts at noon. The other game starts at 1. The second game is Ravens-Steelers up against
Clemson, Texas.
Yeah.
I got to go Ravens-Steelers there.
No question. Clemson, I have 0 interest in.
Clemson basically
No
accidentally got
offense
into
to
the
my buddy
playoffs.
Don, who went to Clemson.
Good for Don.
Yeah.
I'm sure he loves Death Valley very much.
I'm sure it's a great spot, but no interest in watching Clemson, Texas. It's going to be a mismatch of bad orange, too.
What is your favorite orange then?
No, I'm just saying, you got one team with like a burnt orange against another team with like a bright orange.
I
And
mean,
purple.
you'd rather
there's
Syracuse orange? Is that what you're saying?
Definitely.
Yeah?
Over the oranges. I mean, I like the burnt orange, Texas.
So you do like the burnt orange?
It's not bad. I'm just saying when it's up against another orange. At the same time.
Gotcha.
It's a lot of orange for that game. But yeah, I'm not watching that game up against Ravens-Steelers.
Ravens-Steelers is arguably the most important game for the NFC North.
Just poorly
planned. Poor planning.
Definitely.
What was not poor planning, I wanted to play it back for you here, Mike, because you can get a chance to really comment on this when we played it in the last hour. But the Jay Glazer report about how Brandon Graham and Big Dom got Jalen Hurts to connect with his teammates. I mean, talk about this getting buried. Jay Glazer should have had this on Sunday.
The thing that nobody knows, and this is a credit to Jalen, is in a bye week, Brandon Graham actually with Big Dom went to his house and said, we need to kind of connect more with everybody here. Right? As a quarterback, you can kind of get lost in that. So much other stuff you got to do. And he went out of his way. He met with the offensive line, connected. He met with Sirianni like several times. He went out of his way with Graham, with everybody to connect with them more, saying, okay, I understand there's more to the quarterback position than me just sitting here with the game plan.
I mean, there's so much there.
So where was this? Was he on a podcast? I mean, Jake Later doesn't do a whole heck of a lot of media.
So this was apparently NFL on Fox has their own podcast.
Okay.
And I guess it looks like the different guys from NFL on Fox go on this podcast.
Gotcha.
Which is, I did not put the music in there. That was from the clip that was shared online from the podcast.
Gotcha.
I want to know why that wasn't reported on Sunday.
Yeah, why after 10 straight wins, this happened after the bye week. Why are we only hearing about this now?
That's my first question. I mean, I feel like that should have been the headline. That Brandon Graham and Big Dom, just think of the visual, rolling up to Jalen Hurts' house and saying, hey, franchise quarterback, we need to talk.
It's, a tremendous story, by the way, that Big Dom's legend just continues to just go on. That here's this guy who packs up the car. Brandon, get in.
Yeah.
Where are we going? Get in. Don't ask. Rolls up to Jalen Hurts' house.
Did they bring food with them, you think?
Charcuterie board?
I was thinking more Chipotle, but.
Interesting. Yeah, I don't know.
We're bringing lunch, Jalen. Open the door.
The fact that Graham walks in and they're like, listen, this whole Hurts needing to be more relatable is fascinating to me based on his reputation of being this great leader.
Right.
And all that stuff. And he's had to be told now multiple years that he's not relatable, that he needs to be more, relatable to others.
The second thing I want to know is he said that he met with Sirianni several times. So is it one of those deals where it's first we talk on the phone, then we go out to lunch, then we see each other at work the next day? Is that kind of meeting several times? Or these guys going out of their way to schedule time together?
Listen, I don't think that they have to be best friends, but I definitely think they have to have a relationship. They can't have it to where they're not speaking, they don't talk, they don't like each other. And I think Jalen likes Hurts. I mean, Sirianni. Yeah, it's just we have that friend that you love the guy, but you just don't want to go out with him because you don't like babysitting them.
Right. Now, the other question I have, Mike, is because he mentioned that he met with the offensive line. So did Hurts meet with the O-line before or after the Lane Johnson, Jordan Mailata walking into Sirianni and Kellen Moore and telling them what's up? I would love to know the chronology of that.
Yeah, what's the timeline on all this?
Yeah. So, did Hurts meet with them, then they went into Sirianni's office?
It's like a 30 for 30 bye week.
Yes. Produced by Mike Gill. You can direct that.
I might be able to direct it. I can't produce it.
Can you
My
voice-
video editing
I know you can do the
skills are
voiceover.
not great. I could try to do that. Hey, you know what else you could try is the free tandoori spicy chicken wings when the Eagles win. And this is 10 weeks in a row now that you can get this deal at the Nizam's Indian Restaurant, Route 40, Egg Harbor Township. They're the number 2 ranked restaurant in all of New Jersey, according to NJ.com. And they've been serving authentic food right here in South Jersey, the best delicacies that will satisfy your taste buds. They're open 7 days a week from 11:30 to 9:30. And when the Eagles win, you win. Free tandoori spicy chicken wings when the Eagles win. And that happened for the 10th straight week on Sunday. They'll play Washington. I got the Bet365 play of the day. We'll see how I did last night. I think I gave you more money. That's next. All right, getting ready to get out of here. Bet365 play of the day. How did we do last night there, Josh?
3-0, Mike. So you got the Falcons to cover the 5.5. You got the under in the Falcons, Raiders, and Vikings covered the 7.
Yes, they did. 3-0 on the football plays last night. You don't have to thank me. Just take these plays tonight as we get you out of here. How about this one? I like West Virginia, Memphis over 60.5 is the number there. West Virginia, Memphis. That's an overplay. And I'm going Oklahoma City in the NBA Cup game against Milwaukee. Oklahoma City, 4.5-point favorite.
Got it.
And they are the Bet365 plays of the day. We'll do it again tomorrow here on the Sports Bash. Yeah, Oklahoma City is actually up to 5.5 now. I wanted to check that. It's minus 5.5 Oklahoma City against Milwaukee. I think they blow the Bucks out.
You're saying defense wins championships.
And on the college football side, the number is still at 60.5 there. West Virginia is a 5-point Snoop Doggy Dog against Memphis. That's our show for today, and we'll do it again tomorrow live right here on the Sports Bash 97.3 ESPN. Mike McGarry will be in the house. We'll have, holy mackerel, Eagles Commanders. We'll start to dive into that matchup here and get your takes on that. Hopefully everybody has a great rest of your Tuesday. NBA Cup is on tonight on 97.3 ESPN, although I wish it was college football playoffs. Josh has game night up next. Have a great night, everybody.